I'm just going to sit here. And I'm going to talk about the magic cards that appear on the screen. Try to test my knowledge here. And go for about 5 to 6 hours. Just chill. This is going to be the like kind of content that you put on in the background as you fall asleep. Or in the background. This is like targeted second monitor content. That sounds like a good idea to me. I don't know. There's no vintage cube right now. The arena cube's not up. I was considering playing actual factual vintage today, but like, I don't know. It's so cozy. Feels like I just want to kind of chill. You know? They put vintage cube up again. It's like best of one. I don't play best of one vintage cube is like you did a best of 3. I thought Mangu Cube was up later. Oh, whatever. We're doing this. Oh, Ravenous Chupacabra. 5-drop green uncommon. Maybe more. No, it wouldn't be more. 5-drop green uncommon. No idea. Oh, what's the Tanzim? No. There's a card from Zendikar Rising that it could be. Is it Veteran Pack Beast? Is it something Pack Beast? I don't think it's Trusty Pack Beast. Pack Animal. Something Pack Animal. I'm pretty sure that's a 6-drop too. It's like a... Gets cheaper for your party. I mean, I guess I could just do Turn Timber Symbiosis. It isn't the one from Zendikar Rising. But it's even later than this. This should be illegal. Territory... No. What? Territory color. This should be illegal. Mammoth? Is this the Aether Drift Mammoth? A 5-drop from 2025? Cloud Midgard Mercery. Okay, it's not Final Fantasy. What's from Tarkir Dragonstorm? No, that's from a Tarkir set. What's the... There's an elephant. Elephant. Oh, I should just pick something from Corey Steelcutter. Okay. A 5-drop green uncommon creature from Tarkir Dragonstorm that is a human soldier? No, this card doesn't exist. I didn't draft this format that much. What the hell? What the hell is this? Mono green. I legit don't know. I legit do not know. Human soldier. Somebody's gifting subs. And that's very... Oh shit, they keep coming, baby. I don't know. I legit don't know. I didn't... You shouldn't be able to put 2025 sets in here. This like came out a week ago. I'm cheating. What the hell is this set? Because I've looked at this set too. Like I shouldn't say that I haven't played this set. I haven't drafted it, but like, the fuck is an Inspired Vanguard? Oh, Inspirited Vanguard. No, this shit doesn't work. That shit doesn't work. It's okay. A little cheating to start off the day. That's a good sign. That's a great sign. Seven Hearth, welcome back. For the or not welcome back, excuse me. Thank you for gifting 5 subs to the community. Holy smokes. Those subs went to Just Another Muffin, Avowin, Mr. Morimus, One Quiz, and Mr. Gain ZZZZZZZZ. That's incredibly generous of you. Thank you so much. Question for after the Worldle. Favorite MTG Angel art? I mean, I've got a good answer, but I also have an expected answer. It's Baneslayer Angel by Greg Staples. That man painted the perfect angel. Well, the perfect angel's in my living room right now, but Greg Staples painted the second perfect angel. Asbid back for the 13th month. Welcome back. How you doing? How you been? Just killed my opponent with 0 cards in library. Best feeling ever. Woohoo. Blur ass comment. No, I'm kidding. Thank you so much. That's very kind of you. Glad to have you. Good to see you. Nice +2. Aw. Damn, he got them. Thank you so much for the support. Hope you're doing well. I believe this is Trouble in Pairs. Nope. Sphere. I guess I should actually... When this enchantment enters, you... When this enchantment enters? A white enchantment that has an ETB trigger? Oblivion in Ring. Grasp of Fate. Yeah, alright. For each opponent. Great. Something Wingus of Dingus. I'm going to take some sinus medication. 1 second. I'm so stuffed up. It's bad. It's real bad. Like, I just want to be able to breathe through my nose. Haste? No. Creature spells you. No. It is. Creature. Creature cards you own that aren't on the battlefield have flash. That's Teferi, Mage of Zhalfir. Whoo! Sheesh! Alright. Now this is just going to be the bulk of the game. Wait, no, I want to exclude all these. But I have some parameters here. Is default. Is first printing. Legal. Vintage. Minus is UB. I'll allow for LCI cards. I'll allow for everything. As long as it's old. Ahoy Jules, how you doing? How you been? Warrior Angel? I mean, I was thinking an alternative option for today was to do the tier list stream. But I'm going to wait until a certain thing releases on Tap Tap Concede before I start doing tier lists. But I will talk about the best angel artworks in the game. Well, hold on. I have to allow unique art. All right. I'm going to give you my top 5 angel artworks in the game. I'm curious about some of your top angel artworks in the game, folks. I mean, I can do the... What the fuck? I can do them bit by bit. Like, as one pops up, we just lock in. Like, the first one is a wild... What the hell is this? Oh, right. Oh, fuck it. God. It should be more embarrassing to like anime. Anyways, my first pick, this is a bit of a wild card one. This is an Admonition Angel. It's from a secret layer. It is just... It has that, like, iconic... Like, you put the angel in front of the sun. You get that biblical imagery, right? You get this big old, like, I am from the heavens. But then, this angel is kind of blocking out the sun. In a way that it's like, yeah, of course this angel's blocking out the sun. Look at how many wings it has. But you still get the light. The backlighting on the wings. You get it shining through the opening where it's holding up this blade. It's not even holding the blade. The blade's kind of hovering. Damn, it looks good. I'm also a sucker for Zendikar angels. I think they look great. I mean, in no particular order, but I mean, come on. I don't know how many people know the story behind this, but Baneslayer Angel was a Magic card whose art was printed originally for Sarah Angel. And they were like, this is, sorry, we know Sarah Angel is very important to the game, but this art is too cool for Sarah Angel. Like, it's too good for an uncommon. Right? A huge thing that they did in Magic 20 was, or Magic 2010, excuse me, was Sarah Angel is now uncommon. Like, we've moved it up. There's a power shift, right? And this is it's just too good. Yeah, this is one of my favorite arts in the entire game. It's just like, look at that shit. Also, for what it's worth, you know, it might not hold up as much nowadays, but this was a card that when it hit the table, you felt like it was a mythic, right? Like, in a way beyond the kind of kitchen table, like, oh, I played Godsire, and it's like, whoa, that's a mythic rare. Like, this had a Bane's, like, warning, a Baneslayer Angel has been played. Like, people would play this at FNM, and you would, like, look over at it and be like, whoa. Especially a foil. Because this card was, like, $100 at a time. Like, it was pricey. The joke was Wallet Slayer Angel. It's not a good joke. It's incredibly clumsy, actually. Wallet and Bane have nothing to do with anything. What do you mean Wallet Slayer? Anyways, Bane Slayer Angel. Card was good. And the best part about it, it wasn't like broken. Like, it wasn't broken. You could just kill this card. It was just, when you protected this card and got to untap with it, whew, it was pretty strong. I like Blinding Angel, but I feel like that's a little bit of boomer mentality coming in if I say it's one of the best. Oh, I like Scott Fisher's Gisela. It's pretty good. I love stumbling on anime art and being like, okay. I guess we're doing this now. Okay, again, not to seem too boomer, but I put a secret layer card in here. I included artwork with a weird new border from a secret layer from a card that is modern legal. You know, it's not all boomers. This is Exalted Angel. This card, the artwork on Exalted Angel is just like it. There was a certain grittiness and scrappiness that came out of a lot of the white cards in Odyssey and Onslaught. For people that aren't super familiar, like in Odyssey and Onslaught, a lot of this is going to sound silly, a lot of the white cards really felt like they captured a scene taking place on plains, right? Like literally on the plains, on this vast landscape of steppes and hills and wheat and fields of wild grass. Like it really captured this, and it was captured in the creatures too, like very nomadic, very like almost desert like, right? And it was reflected in the cards and the creatures. And then you get this kind of card where it is like, I don't know, a more cynical person could be like, this is such an early 2000s kind of like angel, but it's just, angels did not look like this. And this just looked like vicious. Like it looked as though it was an angel that had to survive in these harsh conditions. And that was cool, but still had this, like it had this air of, this isn't a heavenly angel. Angels in this game or on this plane or this region are just creatures. You know what I mean? Damn, this card hit hard. Also, I love that the Onslaught printing is $24 and then every other printing. There's not many actually, but like the MKM one is 25 cents. Kind of funny. Doesn't have Exalted, shaking my head. Exemplar of Light from Foundations. Oh, I like that one too. I mean, I like it when they switch up what angels can look like. Oh, it's a Chris Ron. Ooh. Ooh. I mean, this Fallen Angel artwork. I don't know if I want to put it up here as one of the top angels, but I don't know. This Fallen Angel artwork did a lot of things for a lot of people. You had people wanting to be her, people wanting to be with her. It's beautiful. Really shouldn't have said only 5 angels, because there are just so many angels. I do like this Scott Fisher Foundation's Giada. That's pretty great. This Giada is pretty great. I don't know if I want to pick that one, though. I only have 2 slots left. This is tough. This is really tough. I like this Liesa artwork. It's not what I'd put in the top 5, but I do like this one. I mean, that Linval is pretty good. That's like an angel. You know what I mean? All right. Well, I knew this was coming. Lyra, Dawnbringer, by Chris Ron. I mean, I mean, like Dawnbringer. Yeah. Who do I think is run to the S word automod filter the most? That isn't you or including you? No, there's got to be someone. There are definitely people that are like not shit posters that are just overly apologetic. I think all of the shit posters run into it rarely or intentionally, and I'm cutting out intentional shit posting. Have I ever had a Mutavault be a 3/3 lifelinker? Oh yeah. When I played Angel Stompy. Anyways, this Lyra, I mean, the update to Dominarian Angels to like angels, I guess, that are aligned with Benalia, like, whew, they're doing something else. I mean, maybe this isn't even the best execution of it. This might be a little maybe I'm just locking onto Lyra because I really like Lyra. But like, and because she's the legendary Dominarian angel. So maybe I'll come back to that if there's a better example. But it's just it revitalized what angels kind of looked like on Dominaria, other than, Sarah Angel wearing a variety of armors. I really like Platinum Angel, and it maybe Platinum Angel deserves a spot. I shouldn't have picked 5. This is so fucking unfair. I'm gonna click not Pristine Angel, although I played a lot of Pristine Angel. Not a Restoration Angel. That's going to be the controversial discussion point here. Yeah, I mean, I like this Sarah Angel a lot. I also like Greg Staples' Sarah Angel. Why is there a Sarah Angel playing Magic the Gathering? What is this? There's so many Sarah Angels. Yeah, actually, you know what? Sorry, Lyra. Your slot is getting taken by Sarah Paragon. Sarah, this is going to get me in trouble. Sarah Paragon is Restoration Angel done properly. Ever since Angel pointed out how weird of an angle Restoration Angel is, although I do love the fabric on Restoration Angel and the wings, but Angel pointed out to me, she's like, yeah, this scene is like very weird if you actually just take a second and kind of look at it. So it's better to, if you want to retain some kind of sense of nostalgia, or like, this is the best angel because I blinked Thragtusk, look away. And I like this art quite a bit. This bad boy, though, this makes more sense. Like, this is the angelic savior helping, like the saving someone, basically. The savior saving someone. Good thing, Ben. Good. Great just cast in here. Yeah, this is Sarah Paragon's going to be my Dominarian angel. Cause like, first off, okay, hold on. Sarah Paragon MTG artwork. I hadn't actually looked at like a high res version of this art, but it is, I mean, it's so fucking good. She's got the armor on. She's got the hair, her wings. I love when the wings, instead of going up, when they kind of dip down. Whoop! The boots. The fact that there are also multiple soldiers just reaching out, like it gives and that this guy's like dead or dying. It just, you know, they're all like, please help, pick me. And she's kind of just, the way that she's gesturing, it's as though every soldier can feel like they are the soldier that she is saving. But we get it from, potentially from the POV of another soldier that's like looking up and like trying to get help, right? But we see that her gaze is connecting with this soldier's gaze, and it's just nice. It's great. Yeah, big plats. Discordian token back for the 68th month. Them's good wings. Yup. Does this guy turn to an angel? Right, he's a one-winged angel. I guess that makes sense. The Donato Sarah angel is pretty great, too. Shalai is pretty good. I mean, Shepherd of the Cosmos, honestly, gets my vote, but that's a little... I don't know if I want to be... I mean, it's my list. I can do whatever I want. I should have given myself 10. The top 10 best angel artworks. Like, because 5 is too few. How the hell am I going to get half of these on here? How am I going to get Twilight Shepherd in? Fuck it. I'm going top 10. This is my list. I'm going top 10. So that'd make 5 would be Big Plats, Platinum Angel. Brahms just, I mean, look at this shit. This is so good. It's just like Copperleaf Angel. I know that there are a lot of gooners out there that love that artwork, and also Angel loves that artwork. But like, yeah, it's the Platinum Angel. Come on, it's the freaking desktop. Like, this was another card that when it hit the table, or when you opened it or saw it, you like took a step back. Like, it's this hit. This was like, because Brahm had done Devastation Angel, and Brahm's classic, what if I put a character on the left side of the framing and they were facing one direction? A couple of times. This is Brahm's third angel because of Warrior Angel over here. But I think Platinum Angel, like, and I love Devastation Angel, but Platinum Angel, whew. There are only 48 cards in Magic by Brahm. Yes. And think about how iconic, like, how many of those are iconic pieces, right? It's wild. Twilight Shepherd. This is another great one. They haven't done a ton of angels that look like this. I also love that it's an angel on Shadowmoor, where it's like, it's, people look at angels and they're like, oh, it's an angel, but it also is just a human that has wings. And this does obviously have a humanoid figure, but the longer you look at it, the more you're like, this doesn't look like a human. This looks like like you're trying to describe a human to an alien, and this is what they made. Like, her limbs are way too long. Her like, she just is like the frame of a human without any body fat, any structure, any, like, nothing. Like, there's nothing. I mean, this is going to sound more creepy than I want it to be. Like, there's nothing under this dress. Like, the dress is a part of her manifestation. You know what I mean? Like a Pokemon. It's like Hitmonchan. That's their skin. That's not a skirt. That's their skin. Like, it gives off that vibe. And just, her eyes are covered. It's, whew, the sword that she's holding, way too big. So big that it's barely even on the screen. Whew. I'm going to say Shepherd of the Cosmos here because I'm a sucker for this kind of coat. It's great. This is one of those cards too, where, again, people talk about Restoration Angel and whatnot. But you're like, okay, but the art in Magic the Gathering has gotten a lot better. Like, the quality of artwork has gone up. It's less stylized, which is a shame, but Come on. You get to see, like, the beauty of this is that you get to see the progression of artists, like, through the years, right? So that's what, 8? Maybe we just do top 8 angels. Number 9, this Miku, and number 10, a different Miku. I feel like I should put a Vulcan Baga and a Cynthia Shepherd on here somewhere. I mean, Donato's Sarah Angel could be up there. Greg Staples' Sarah Angel could be up there. I mean... You think there's somebody out there that's like, all right, here are my favorite arts in Magic the Gathering. My favorite artwork for Magic the Gathering. And it's just all anime art. Like, it's all anime art. Damn, I love this sketch Sarah Emissary. Whew. That looks fucking great. Crim? No, come on. That. I kind of love the sketch version of this. Just like bleeding into her wings. That's kind of... C'est incroyable. I mean, Shalai is pretty incredible too. Alright, I gotta start hitting random cards, chat. I gotta start hitting random cards. I do like the Radiant too. Radiant's pretty nice. This isn't Baby Giada, it's Baby Gisela. Aren't all Giada's babies? I mean, I'll give... I think this Scott Fisher might be. Although, I like her wings. I like the face. I'm not a huge fan of the pose. Though I like it better than this. This is a little too unnatural of a pose. I mean, this Guardian of the Gearper is great. Guardian of the Gearper and the Avishkar Angels are so funny because Shivam and I were talking about it on a podcast. I'm like, doesn't it suck how so many different like examples of cultural appropriation also just rip ass positively? Like, isn't it frustrating that you're like, oh yeah, you can't do that, white baby, but also you're like, damn, but it looks so fucking good. Like, it, you know, you can't be doing that, but you did kill it. You did. It does look pretty darn good. The Phyrexian Angel, oh, Shattered Angel. Yeah, unfortunately, white baby cooked with this one. I like Amaria Shepherd too. All right, I got to move on, or else I'm just going to be looking at the artwork of angels. This is Aaron the Relentless. This card's so funny. 5 mana, 5/2 haste, regenerate. This is one of those Magic cards when people are like, Homelands is terrible. And you're right, it is. But it's not completely devoid of like unfun cards. This is a cool card. This is a fun card. Doesn't make a lick of sense. You know, long term. Like, even if Regeneration was still in the game, why would it be here? You don't understand Regenerate? Like, on this card or in general? You create a Regeneration shield, and the next time that it would be destroyed, either by damage or an effect, instead it is no longer destroyed. If it were in combat, it is now tapped and removed from combat. Yeah, the damage is removed from it. But yeah, like this, isn't this card cool? You like play it when your opponent doesn't have creatures, and then you smack them for 5, And then next turn, you get to regenerate Aaron. So if you untap with Aaron, you can keep up mana to protect it. And then you just slam it. Just regenerate, tap every time. I'm pretty sure it's every time. I gotta tell you, it's been a hot minute. It's been... When was the last time I regenerated a creature? Thrun the last troll? I'm pretty sure it's every time. Yeah, my case, when we're talking about the worst set in Magic the Gathering, like, I think it often boils down to Homelands versus Prophecy, and I am in the camp of Homelands being better than Prophecy. Sorry, that was a weird way of leading that sentence. I think Prophecy is the worst, then Homelands, and Saviors of Kamigawa. Person that gets all their news from their racist uncle on Facebook. I think the worst sets for Magic the Gathering are UB sets from the past year, Spider-Man, and then this other set that hasn't come out yet. Of course you do. You're 12. I don't know. I'm not saying Homelands is good, but there are some appealing designs. Abbey Gargoyles, 5 mana, 3/4 flying pro red. That's dope. That's dope. That shit survives fireballs. This can block and attack through Shivan Dragon. That's pretty nice. That's not nothing. Now, of course, to get to the next cool card, we have to skip down so much. Wait, hold on. Why is it not? I just want to see unique prints. Also, Muldra is on my card boxes right now, and I am terrified. Death Speakers is kind of cool. 1 mana, 1/1 pro black. Yeah, Prophecy has some bangers. My biggest reasoning is that a lot of the times people look at Homelands and they go, there's 0 interesting cards. There are a couple of good cards, but there are 0 fun, interesting cards. And I think sometimes that for the majority of the case, that's true. But also, they didn't know what the fuck they were doing, right? This set came out, what, at 90, 95? And was not made by the normal team? Like, that shit doesn't count. Also, check this out. Go with me on this journey, chat. What is that doing there? What is that doing there? Hey. What are you doing there? Hi. Yeah? Why are you on my cards? Why are you on my cards? Come here. Come here. You want to get pet? No? Oh, yeah? Yeah, you do. Yeah, there you go. Sometimes I'm a little worried. I'm like, she's not going to piss on them, is she? She hasn't peed on them yet. But maybe I should insulate those boxes a little more. Guess that's why they're sleeved. But yeah, they didn't know what they were fucking doing. This was released like as soon as the game came out, more or less, and they were just hungry for more sets. And so they just put this out. Think of Prophecy just has so much, like, Prophecy was intentional. That's my thing. Like, maybe it's you could say a lot of Homelands was intentional, but it was intentional by people that didn't know what they were doing. Right? Prophecy was intentional by people that knew what they were doing in a time where they were actively just like trying to course correct like over and over again. And then the cards are all frustrating because you just can't play Magic. That's it. Wheeler leaking upcoming card. Who, this old thing? I don't know. This card's kind of cool. Although giving all your Falcons +1/+1's a little tough when I think there's only one Falcon. The Mesa Falcon. But you have two different arts. I don't know. How many cool or interesting cards are there in Homelands, out of curiosity? I think this is 140 cards, including the duplicates. Yeah, I mean, this got updated to birds. You got what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. I'm going to put Feast of the Unicorn on there. 15. You get the picture. There are more cards than you think. And also, it's going to be hard for me to really count out the set that put out Ison's Shade. Like, look at this shit. Anyways, they're in the Relentless. This is Soul of Chandalar. The souls were kind of cool. I gotta tell you, as somebody that has played a ton of Chandalar, more than your average Magic player, this doesn't really capture the vibe of playing Chandalar or being on the plane of Chandalar. Maybe in like some novel or a comic that nobody read, but like, I don't know. Like, but mind you, what do you really have to work with, right? Yeah, there's a cycle of them. There's Soul of Theros, Soul of Ravnica, Soul of Zendikar, Soul of Innistrad, and Soul of Chandalar. Soul of Theros is cool. Oh, and Soul of Phyrexia. Right, the artifact one. I like Soul of Theros. Just a big old guy. Big old staff. The big one out? Yeah, because, I mean, the other ones were all like worlds that they had been to recently. But M15 kind of had some references to Chandalar. I believe. I think the Onake are from Chandalar. Although, look, I'm not a lore head anymore. Yeah, the fallen civilization of Chandalar ogres. There are a couple of Chandalar cards in this set. This is Maelstrom Archangel. It is a card that really should have been legendary. And to this day, there are no legendary 5-color angels, right? I mean, there was probably an easier way of looking this up, but this is more dramatic, and everybody goes, oh my god. Morophon? No, Morophon doesn't count. I'm going to just ban Morophon from chat. Which is wild to me. It's wild to me that there isn't a 5-color legendary angel, or like yet, you know? I gotta imagine that's something on the coming down the line, but like, this is, you know, this feels like the kind of thing that you print like early, you know? Very early on. Or even when you're like, oh fuck, Commander's popular. Angel Commander. Even if, I guess, angels were not popping up in, you know, all colors. Obviously, now that has changed. Taurine Mauler is my favorite angel. Bill, have I told you that the bull tattoo that I have on my forearm here constantly got called a Taurine Mauler tattoo? Yeah, this is my Taurine Mauler tattoo. What do you think? I had people would ask me, "Are you a Tauros or Taurus?" Not the Pokemon. They asked if I'm a Taurus, and I was like, "The car." And then they would try to talk to me about astrology, and then I would go like, "Oh no," and then I would explain that I was a Scorpio, and then I would find over the conversation that I know a little bit more about astrology than they do, even though I don't give a shit or don't care about it. This is some like MH3 common shapeshifter. Corrupted shapeshifter. Who did the artwork on this? Ralph Horsley, huh? This is just like every type of Eldrazi. I played some Gen 1 U. Maybe I am a Taurus. Yep. I am a no chancy enjoyer. I am absolutely a no chancy enjoyer. Astrology girly? No, I lived in a house with only astrology women. And I thought it would be funny to fuck with them. So I learned a lot about it. And I learned which parts, what to say to get them to elicit certain reactions out. This is going to make me sound like a sociopath. This is Chainer's Edict, by the way. This card's so funny. Because, like, edicts are pretty bad nowadays. Shieldred's Edict is quite good. But, like, edicts are kind of bad. They've in the past they were quite good, right? Like Diabolic Edict, Innocent Blood, Chainer's Edict. I mean, Liliana of the Veil's pretty good, but that's a bit of a different story. Mulder is back on the card boxes now. This card was like a top tier player in Standard, and well, Type 2 at the time, and Extended. As well as some play in Legacy. Like, this card saw play. Quite a bit of play. And it still sees play in Pauper, right? Like, this card got reprinted as a common in Vintage Masters. And saw a lot of Pauper play. I don't know if Pauper still plays this card, but it's so funny to look at because it's like not that scary of a Magic card until you play with it and you're like, oh right, you're supposed to just get their Grizzly Bear off the board with this, and then you play Magic the Gathering, and then you get to turn 7 and they're like, okay, well, we've traded removal spells, here's my like big idiot creature you have to deal with, and then you go, oh yeah, I have a Chainer's Edict, I'm going to make you sacrifice that, so then I kill your big thing, and now I'm basically up a card at the point where you're like top decking. Hi. She's just sitting. Should I get you like a blanket or something, Mulder? Why? What is she doing? Hi. I wonder if it's because the card boxes smell like me. And it's just a place to go and sit on. I don't know. What is this Gluttonous Guest? Yeah, this card's cool. 3 mana 1/4. When it ETBs, you make a blood, and whenever you sack a blood, you gain 1 life. I like when Jesper does artwork for settings that are less cutesy and odd. You know what I mean? Like when people think of Jesper's work, they think of like, what if you had this kind of what's a good example? I mean, okay, I'm getting betrayed by the alphabet here because a lot of people associate him with like kind of weird little guys, right? Like Lorwyn and Shadowmoor are big Jesper sets, but I like it when they let him do a scene that is a little comedic, really works well with his choice of colors, but is still a bit more, I don't know, I guess formal maybe is the word I'm looking for. I like this gluttonous guest art too, because she's got the like jury haircut. The spider. Did I not do legal and vintage? Sorry to members of LRR. No, I did legal vintage up at the top there. But I fucking hate this set. Oh, Monoxa, Midway Manager. You are one that's technically legal in vintage. Yeah, I think I would... Unfinity, they just don't make it legal. Like, I cannot believe that this set was made legal in Legacy Vintage play. Like, is there not a world where you could just say, hey, it's legal in Commander and only Commander? The most popular format on the planet. No idea why they allowed it. Just a travesty. Absolute shit show. Also, just why are fun, goofy cards so pushed? That's the big thing to me. So fucking wild to me that they've said we can't just make cards that are only legal in Commander. You absolutely can. Yeah, you make the game. You make the cards. Why not? It's not like the vintage players are going to be unhappy. Oh no! Really? I can't play Monoxa? Oh, dang it. They could always and if it's like, hey, here's the card that would actually be dope for vintage or legacy play, you just reprint it. You print it in a Commander product or as a special guest or some shit. You find a way, dog. You find a way. You'd probably be pissed if Saw in Half wasn't legal. Yeah, then they printed it in Bloomborough the next year. They figured it out. Eternal players like or hate Comet being a card? I hate Comet. Why get that card out of my game? I do not want to play that. I don't want that type of gameplay in Magic the Gathering. If I wanted to go gambling like that, if I wanted to play... Comet is like Gen 1 OU without the charm. Because it's like, yeah, sometimes you just get frozen. You're asleep for forever. Crits are fucking terrible. But like, there's more of a game around that. It's just when it does happen, then it feels like the game's over. Or now it's like, well, you got the 10%er. Good job. You know? Stupid fucking Magic card. This is Umara Mystic. This is a kind of card that they don't print anymore. Not really. And I kind of wonder why. Like, whenever cast instant gets... Comet is not pointed, no. First instant or sorcery? I mean, we get the Wind Mage. But like... I should have done +X or whatever. Okay, so we have the Frolicking Familiar, we have the Alchemist, but we don't really get the wee Dragonauts, like, phenotype or whatever. Which is wild because it was so popular. The Kiln Fiends and stuff. Maybe it was too good. Maybe they were too explosive. First instant and sorcery, this gets bigger. We used to be a society. We used to do some cool stuff here. playing your Mercurial Geists and your Nivix Cyclops, your Wee Dragonauts, your Umara Mystics. What happened? This is Ob Nixilis Hate Twisted. We should see more with the returning Strixhaven. Who knows? Who knows? There was a big thing happened. A big thing happened. The Japanese Ob Nixilis. I'm curious about the prices of these cards, because when these Japanese anime War of the Spark Planeswalkers came out, they were a big deal. People were excited for them. I think they were mostly excited for the Amano Liliana, but like, jump to Japanese exclusive. Like, these were like sought after. Yeah, I had a foil anime Narset that I opened in a pack and I sold for a lot of money. I'm curious how much it is now. That's it? I sold that shit for way more. Oh my god, thank god. I'm pretty sure I sold my anime foil Narset for like $50. That's wild. These cards have just like fallen off, right? Oh, is the foil down here? Buy foil on TCG. Oh, maybe I lost out. Maybe I'm the dumbass here. Oh, there's literally zero. Let's go to cardkingdom.com/Wheeler, sponsor of the channel. Oh, would you look at that? My custom landing page. That's interesting. Narset. Harder avails. That's a pre-release foil. Everybody calm down. That's a pre-release foil. Oh, maybe I got fucked. You know, it all comes out in the wash at the end. I had this, honestly, a huge moment for me. Yeah, I definitely lost out on this one. I mean, $50. I think it was closer to $150 for what it's worth. Now that I'm thinking about like who I sold it to and like how we worked it out. But I still lost out heavily on these. But when you've been playing Magic as long as I have, and when you've been wheeling and dealing as long as I have, it all comes out in the wash in the end. I had an interaction when I was younger that like really made sense to me. Where like I traded my buddy, I traded for two Baneslayer Angels for a Tarmogoyf. Or my Tarmogoyf for two Baneslayer Angels. Sorry. I traded my Tarmogoyf for two Baneslayer Angels. Which at the time was a pretty good deal. Baneslayer was like $40 to $50. Tarmogoyf was like $80. And I'm like, hell yeah. Like, I don't need this Tarmogoyf, but I want these Baneslayer Angels for standard and extended. Hey, come here. I'm starting to get a little paranoid. With her up there. And I was like, you know, great deal. Time goes on, Baneslayers start to drop off. Tarmogoyf is still expensive. I'm like, fuck. I can't believe what a bad deal for me. What a terrible deal for me. Then I ended up trading some Drowned Catacombs for like 2 Sensei's Divining Tops. And that was a great deal for me. Drowned Catacombs got reprinted and yada, yada, yada. And I'm like, oh, now I'm up. Well, that's cool. Then I like traded a fucking Caracas and some other stuff, like the reprint Caracas for like a foil Gisela from Shadows over Innistrad. And I'm like, and some other stuff. And I'm like, hell yeah. Then it tanked because nobody played this card in Type 2. And I was like, oh fuck, I got washed. and then it just kept going back and forth. And like after the Gisela, I'm like, it just doesn't matter. None of this fucking matters. It all works out in the end, right? Like if you do it enough with enough frequency, at the end of the day, the amount of money you're spending or the value that you're getting just doesn't actually matter that much. Like it all kind of evens out. And in fact, getting them, if I needed the cards or wanted the cards, is going to have a lot more value because then I just get more time to play with the cards, or it's a thing that I want or need for a specific event or time frame, and I get to use them at that time frame. Like, so it all, it's whatever. Evens out in the end. The other big Magic experience that I had involving the money of the game was when I lost in a tournament I lost in the finals where the winner got a Black Lotus. And I was just like, wow, that's like a lot of money. And then I lost in a tournament where the winner got their choice of Power 9 that isn't Black Lotus. And I was like, wow, that's a lot of money. It's just like, when you've lost that much money, all the smaller things don't matter. Where you're like, oh, fuck, I lost at F&M. It's like, yeah, who cares? Oh, fuck, I didn't get the trophy in the cube draft. And it's like, yeah, but it's not a Black Lotus. You call that losing? Brother, I've done losing that you wouldn't believe. You should see the shit that I've lost. And then you kind of start taking things for what they are. You're like, oh, hell yeah, I got a trophy. That's cool. Or like, oh, we didn't get the trophy. That's okay. I've lost in the finals of a tournament. Oh, I am the king of second place. Somebody asked about RC Calgary, by the way. I have no plans to go. Yeah, exactly, Mr. Bibbs. I've lost more than you've had the chance to win. Anyways, these anime art planeswalkers, they're so hit and miss. Some of them are pretty cool. Some of them are terrible. Frankly, terrible. Cheap. It's just very funny that in the same collection of cards, like, maybe it's a little unfair to be like, hey, what'd you get? I got a fucking Liliana with artwork by Amano. And it's like, oh, I opened this Nahiri that looks like it's from the worst webtoon you've ever read. Also, her tits are huge. They weren't before, but now they are. It's like, oh, that's cool. What about you? Who, me? Oh, I got this really intense image of Domri Raid, and it's so dope, man. Like, it's just, you get, it's so gruel. What did you get? It's like, well, I got Nicol Bolas, which is a cool card, but like, there's just no flair to it. This card is like negative aura. There's no aura going on here. What did you get? Well, I got a Sorin Lord of Innocence, or Sorin Vengeful Bloodlord, or whatever the fuck this card's called, that looks like a JoJo's character. What did you get? Oh, me? I got a very cutesy Saheeli that just doesn't really match the vibe of somebody that's fighting for, the world as we know it, the universe as we know it. What did you get? Oh, I got the best looking planeswalker of all time, actually. I got an Arlen that uses some incredible reds and yellows on the green background and just looks like she means business. She's a veteran of the game. What did you get? Oh, well, I got this Gideon who's supposed to be like the like main, one of the main guys, one of the big heroes, one of the dudes that's going to save the day. And he's on a backdrop that makes him look like a filler slide from 90s Pokemon episodes. Also, he looks like the artwork is drawn in a style that looks like it's from an Attack on Titan fan page. What did you get? Oh, it's just, flip a coin. If heads, you get Ongroth. If tails, you get the most auraless Nicol Bolas. And maybe that's okay because you're like, damn, I got a Nicol Bolas. What did you get? Oh. Anyways, this is, what is it? Portal of Sanctuary? This is a cool magic card. This is the kind of magic card where, if they don't reprint it, I'm sure that this card is going to be like a $5 uncommon back. Like, eventually, they're going to come out with a commander that this card is like absurd in. This won't receive a printing. It'll go up to $5. It'll get played on game nights and be the best card in a match. And then they'll reprint it in another set and it'll go down to 10 cents. This card is so good. It is so good in Commander. They printed a white one. Idol. That's not how you spell idol, Ben. Idol of. Nope. That's. What is, the one? The mono white one from MH3? Essence Reliquary. Yeah. Turn target permanent you control and all ores you control attached to it to their owner's hands. Activate only during your turn. So this is in white. You don't have to pay the mana. Can return any permanent. But this is blue. Blue's the blinking color. So you play this in blue-green and like, holy shit. Anyways, cool card. Like the card a lot. Yeah, I mean, you could just play Crystal Shard, I guess. But, like, the returning ores is kind of nice. What is this card called? I think it's Keldoran Royal... No, it's not Keldoran Royal Guard, right? Keldoran... High Guard? Elite Guard. Ah! 4-mana 2/2 tap. Target creature gets +2/+2 until the turn. When that creature leaves the battlefield this turn, sacrifice this creature. Activate only during combat. Fuck. Oh yeah, this has a theme deck. These Cold Snap theme decks are so weird. This is the biggest come on brother like I've ever heard of. Like, Cold Snap was originally slated to come out. It's like, yeah. You sure about that? Really? Are you sure? When we do the Ice Age block, I remember doing a poll on Sheepman Wheeler where it's like, which block should we do next? It was like Ice Age block, and it was like Ice Age, Alliances, Homelands, and Cold Snap. And people were like, actually, Homelands isn't a part of the block anymore. And it's like, nope, I don't believe that. I don't follow that. It sure was when it came out. It sure was that. It was seen as that for the longest time. And then they were like, hey, we stumbled on this ancient product and we decided to make it into a real Magic set. No, you fucking didn't. No, you didn't. You just had a cool, kooky idea. That's okay. You could just go, hey, wouldn't it be fucked up if we just did Ice Age? Like, that's a weird, cool thing to do. I mean, Cold Snap sucked, but it's a cool thing to do, especially in that era of Magic where, like, Magic was just for people that would call you up and be like, hey, I like you, don't come to school tomorrow, right? Like, yeah, it's just a very weird thing to do. Yeah, I don't like the fucking revisionist, like, Ice Age block MTG wiki. The Homelands expansion, released after an Ice Age and before Alliances, was originally considered to be a member of the Ice Age block, though it included none of the mechanics or themes of the block. Yeah, if you look at Cold Snap and Alliances, that's basically the same story. Like it was the same thing. Of course, it didn't have the themes or the mechanics. Have you looked at old sets? You didn't do that. You like barely did it for Ice Age to Alliances. You just didn't do that. That started in Mirage. Ice Age block is the only block in Magic's history in which one expansion, Homelands, has been removed and replaced by a newer one, Cold Snap. That means that Cold Snap is the only modern legal set from this block. No. No, I'm sick and tired of this shit. Stop. Stop. Corny ass. I will fucking die on this. These decks are so weird too. They're kind of dope. Shout out to these islands. Is this a snow-covered island? This is the kind of thing that you would take, what's that quiz that was on like Newgrounds in like the early 2000s? Where it's like, is this a snow-covered island? And your answers are yes and no, and you would have to click on the word snow-covered. Like, yeah, this is a snow-covered island, but it's not a snow-covered island. The impossible quiz, yeah. Also, I mean, it's kind of funny because there are a lot of mountains that are also snow-covered mountains. My hot take, I don't think they should have had normal basic islands and plains in Ice Age. They should have just put snowlands. You just need snowlands. I mean, maybe that's not that hot of a take. Who knows? Anyways. Is this Foul Spirit? Shrieking Spectre. Starter. Kind of want to talk about Starter, because when else am I going to get to talk about Starter? Starter 99, weird set. Really weird set. It kind of has that Portal vibe to it, right? Like, there are... but I believe there are no instance artifacts, enchantments. It's still creature... no, there are instants. Excuse me. Sorry. There are instants, but there are only like 4 of them or something. Because Extinguish here is an instant. It's a counterspell, so it's an instant. Remove Soul, instant. So we have 2 instants, both of them counterspells. I'm kind of curious if there's another instant in this set. We're currently at a big old NO. All right, we're at 2 instants. Actual factual counterspell is in it. Did I just pass counterspell? Oh my god, it is. What the fuck? Why did you put actual factual counterspell in starter? Oh my god. Okay, yeah, so there are 3 instants in this. They're only counterspells. No pump spells, no burn spells, no kill spells. Great artwork on a lot of the cards, although I think a lot of the artwork is just recycled or reused. So there are only 26 cards that are first printings in Starter. You got some weird ones. Dakmor Ghoul. This is kind of funny because this is 90, when in 99. Starter MTG Wiki. I should just keep the MTG Wiki open. Somebody's going to be like, no, it's owned by Fandom. You should use this instead. What is it? Tell me now before I get canceled. Please. Okay, so Starter 99 came out between Urza's block and Mask's block. MTG.wiki. Is it going to have something on Starter? It's hosted by Scryfall. I only use magiccards.info. So this is kind of fun because they use some designs from here. Like Portal went through this too. Portal is such a weird set because a lot of Portal will pull from previous sets, but also have brand new cards that were then used in following sets. So you get this weird kind of spot where you could make a pretty fun game of like, was it originally printed in Portal or this set? And like, cause it's like Natural Order, Portal, Wildfire, Portal. Wait, was Natural Order Portal? I think, oh, I forget now. High Tide was Fallen Empires. Right. Okay, so it was Visions. Show me the chronology. No, I wanted you to show me I clicked on chronology. Show me the chronology. No. Okay. So Portal came out after Visions. But then Wildfire was Urza Saga, which was actually in Portal Second Age. Okay. See, even I get tripped up. Anyways, Dak Morgul. This card's pretty dope for the era. 4-mana 2/2 that when it ETBs, an opponent loses 2 and you gain 2. And it's a zombie. Less important at this era, but you know, Zombie Master. A little bit better than Highway Robber. But this is a precursor to Highway Robber. One of the cool, like, only cool cards in Masks. You have these pairs, Champion Lancer and Dakmor Lancer. It's so funny. The story between these two, right? They're both chippy arts. They're very clearly mirrored. They're charging at each other. Champion Lancer says, not only is it a 6-mana 3/3, terrible, but it says prevent all damage that would be dealt to Champion Lancer by creatures. Hell yeah. That sounds like the kind of creature that can win in combat. So what does your counterpart do? 6-mana 3/3 when it comes into play, destroy target non-black creature. Oh. So you play the Champion Lancer first, and then the Dakmor Lancer comes in and kills the Champion Lancer. That's pretty good. I guess you could make an argument that if the Lancer comes into play and kills one of your creatures, then you can play the Champion Lancer and have it like negate the Dakmor Lancer, but the Dakmor Lancer already killed a creature. Also, Serge, thank you for the raid. Welcome everybody. Hope you had a good stream. We're doing nothing today. We're just talking about Magic cards and kind of hanging out. Just chilling. Just hanging out. You know, a lazy day. Goblin Commando. This card was in Vintage Masters. 5-mana 2/2 ETB, 2 damage to a creature. Now that's terrible, but it's not the worst thing in the world, especially as a goblin. Goblin Settler. I mean, this is probably one of the 2 most iconic cards from this set. 4-mana 1/1 ETB, destroy a land. Former Canadian Highlander. Staple's a strong word, but it saw quite widespread play. Damn, this goblin's caked up. Anyways, blows up a land with an ETBs. Yeah, this card was like $50, and then they printed a secret layer. I don't know if you can say this about goblins, but why does this card look racist? And then it was back in Misty Boosty, so now this card's like $1, which is really funny. Grim Tutor is so funny because this card, I mean, the original version is still $80. This card was like $300 for the longest time, and then got reprinted in a core set. This card's not great. It's, I mean, pretty reasonable if you're playing in a format with Black Lotus and Dark Ritual and all that. But it's like expensive as hell. It's a cool card. I'm surprised this card doesn't see more play in Commander. Maybe because it's in like a sweet spot. Not to quote Zangief, but maybe it's in a sweet spot where it's like somebody's like, I don't like tutors. But if I am going to play a tutor, I'll play Demonic Tutor. And you're like, well, you could play Grim Tutor and then your tutor like has a cost to it. Right? It's kind of like Diabolic Tutor. And they're like, no, I'm either going to play nothing or one of the most broken cards of all time. It's like, okay, I see. Maybe it likely just falls into this weird, whoa, place. You also have, damn, the Sea Eagle is so good. Oh my God. This is unironically like one of my favorite pieces of Magic artwork. Because it was in the 8th edition intro deck too that you got, the starter deck that you got with Magic Online. When air meets water, fish meets talons. I like the glow up they gave on some of these 8th edition. Like, it's just, the colors are less washed out. Real bold. Looks pretty good. I played a lot of this card when I was learning how to play the game. You could put a curiosity on it and draw cards. It was dope. Unfortunately, I think my cousin set me up because my cousin had a deck where it played Sea Eagles, like cheap flyers, and like had some conspiracies and coastal piracies and stuff. But then played me with his Pinger deck. And it was like, it's fun. Look, if you get to hit me, you draw cards. But if I get a Pinger down, then I get to kill your card. And you're like, okay, fair enough. And by that I mean his deck had like 4 prodigal four prodigal sorcerers, like 3 or 4 of that goblin that tutors up another goblin that pings, and then randomly Chiron snipers, which is like a 3-mana. It's like a 3-mana 1/1. Every upkeep it pings you for 1. Tidings. This card's a banger. Pro Tour top 8 player Tidings. 5-mana draw 4 cards. That's actually a pretty good deal. I think this is like one of the best kind of textless cards that you can make. People kind of clown on the Cryptic Command, where it's like, can you believe it? They made a textless Cryptic Command. It's like, yeah, I can believe it. That's all you played in that format. All the good decks were Cryptic Command decks. You knew what this card did. Being like, textless Cryptic Command makes no sense. Gives big like dry glaze. Oh, I'm holding up my thumb. Dry glaze kind of vibes where it's like, uh-huh. But this is also the other way to do it. It's just like Tidings. It draws 4 cards. Oxidize. It blows up an artifact. Same goes for Omnath. I mean, at the time, yeah, right? Everybody was playing Omnath. Omnath is not that difficult of a card to remember. Come on. Like, if you're playing competitively, which those cards are geared towards, come on. Draw a card on ETB. First land you gain 4. Second land you add Omnath's color. And then third land you deal 4 damage to every opponent and their planeswalkers. Thali and the Gitrog is egregious because nobody plays that card outside of Commander. So why is it the card? Ooh, okay. Before I talk about Squall, here's the Shrieking Spectre. Before I talk about Squall, I recently purchased a starter copy of Silverback Ape. Textless Questing Beast. Again, I think that one's okay. 2/2 green, 4/4. Haste, Vigilance, Death Touch. Can be blocked by creatures with power 2 or less. Combat damage can't be prevented. Dealt by creatures you control. When questing piece deals damage to a player, it deals that much damage to target planeswalker they control. Collector number 171, artist Igor Karlik. Like, let's be serious here. Guess how much money Silverback Ape is. I'm not a normal Magic player. I'm more normal than you'd think when it comes to like comp players, I think. Although I'm washed, so who knows. If anything, my brain has rotted because I've been streaming for 6 years. My brain's fucking broken. Anyways, I'm going to tell you that the Silverback Ape cost me $5. $5 American dollars. That's $7 Canadian dollars. I could have bought a hot meal for a homeless person. I could have made their day. Instead, I bought a fucking gorilla. A gorilla that is now sitting in a box to go unused. Like... And I know that kind of thinking, that kind of mentality is neither helpful nor healthy, but you know, sometimes you just sit there and you're like, fuck. Do I collect full sets? I have a couple of full sets, but I don't really do that anymore. But I will give you an update on where my Magic collection's at. Because I have now cataloged everything. I'm at 25,526 cards. 7,364 of those are commons. 7,819 of those are uncommons. 8,613 of those are rares. And 1,724 cards are mythics. Are my cards organized in boxes? It depends. Everything is organized. Creatures are all organized alphabetically. I have 7 individual boxes for all the colors for creatures. Wooburg, multicolored, colorless creatures. All unique. 100% unique. I don't have duplicates outside of my pre-modern collection. My pre-modern collection is not logged. Then for my instant, sorcery, and enchantment box, they are all organized alphabetically. And then within each alphabetical section, they are organized by color. In each color, they are organized by mana cost. So for instance, you open up my instant box and it starts with A, and you have white instants that begin with A that cost 1, then 2, then 3, etc. until you finish all the white instants. Then you go to B, then you go to blue instants that begin with A, etc., etc. Then you move on to B and it repeats this. Yeah. I wish Moxfield would find a way that I could make my collection public, but hide the prices of my collection. Because I feel like if I show the price of this collection, despite it being an inaccurate assessment of the cost of my collection, I will have people trying to find where I am to rob me. And, you know, joke's on you. My priciest cards are at the bank. They're not in my house. Also, don't break into my house. It's not going to end well for you. You should familiarize yourself with the laws of British Columbia regarding, you know, protection. And thirdly, just like, I don't know, I might get jumped on like a pack of hyenas eating a zebra carcass outside of like a Magicon or something. Can you break into my bank? If you can do that, I'll allow it. I'll allow it. Thoughts on the new Arena Powered Cube thingy? I have to look at the list. I haven't played it. I haven't looked at it yet. Now I'm going to very quickly talk about one of my favorite pieces. My favorite pieces of Magic artwork. Not this one. Although this Squall is hilarious because this is a 3-mana sorcery. That actually is listed as 2 mana. Great Carl Critchlow artwork. I'm a big Carl Critchlow fan. Do I want to link the list? No, I'm gonna stream it when it comes out. I'll just chill. I'll just wait. I imagine the biggest problem with putting site prices on the site would be insurance claims. I mean, insuring your Magic cards is already tough, but like you need to, realistically, when you do it, you are going to need to have a long conversation with your agent about like what the cards are, why they're worth something, and then realistically what they're worth and how they are, you know, stored. Because like so many people will be like, yeah, I'm looking to insure my cards. And they're like, what? Like a Honus Wagner? A Barry Bonds? It's like, no, think more Mahamadi Jin. They're like, Mahamadi Jim, which team did he play for? Anyways, check out this mask's artwork. I fucking love this artwork. just two. They're just like sandwiching this bird. What are we doing here? What is going on? It's just on this fucking eagle. So funny. As an insurance guy, yeah, collectibles in general are a bit tough to insure with the average company. Bill, I like to imagine, because Jim has expressed this anecdote where he's like, yeah, my lawyer is like 80 years old and did not understand when I tried to insure my Magic cards or whatever. I like to imagine that you are actually just Jim's insurance guy and you are in copious amounts of makeup, like a prank show level of makeup. And you're just like, Magic what? Cards? Like 52 pickup? You hold up a giant ram's horn to your ear. You got to speak a little louder, Sonny. Ever since the bombs dropped, my ears haven't been the same. Damn, if it isn't Vizardrix. Very funny card. I wish that Sam kept up the Vizardrix video. It was like a short video with somebody that kept asking about Vizardrix. What was it? The most foolish Magic the Gathering card? Does anybody remember the exact quote? Ristic Studies Vizardrix video. Magic's most foolish card. I mean, I imagine maybe he deleted it because of yeah, maybe he got rid of it because it was just an April Fool's joke. And then maybe he got rid of it because it felt like bullying. I don't know. This makes it seem like it's cool. Is that why the 7th? Well, no, 7th edition foils are always expensive. They're always expensive. Yeah, it's privatized. It was like, as I say this, please note that I'm on the side of bullying. I wanted to go down in history. Let it be known that I am siding with the bullies. It did feel a little like bullying in a very funny way. Like, I'm all for it. But, you know, yeah, we were playing an art game. Hand of Emrakul. Okay, so Annihilator is the coolest shit in the world, right? I like this card too. This card's really fun. This is the kind of Magic card that I can't believe they knocked Eldrazi out of the park and then shit the bed, right? Like, oh wait, well, not is first printing. Okay, so you have all the like drones, the Eldrazi drones, and those are kind of cool, right? They make spawn tokens. Like, they've been infected by the Eldrazi. They're doing the Eldrazi's work. And then you get to the actual Eldrazi. Like, they are fully either the big boys, or you get to the like creatures that are of unimaginable form and beyond our comprehension, doing otherworldly things, like otherworldly acts, right? And they just fucking nailed it. Knocked it out of the park. Because all the colorless Eldrazi are huge, dog. The cheapest one is an 8-drop. At common. The Hand of Emrakul is a 9-drop. It also just, I feel like it ties in really well with like what these Eldrazi ended up being known for, right? Like you have the Hand of Emrakul, which is normally 9 for a 7/7 Annihilator 1, but you could sack 4 spawn tokens rather than paying its cost, which kind of hints towards like you can, if you manage to have a ton of spawns, so you've played a ton of cards that are Eldrazi themed, that are like built around the infection already spreading. It's already like almost it's more invested. Then you get it for cheaper, right? And that is great. That really fits with obviously the big one, right? Then you have Ulamog's Crusher, which Ulamog blows up a thing, is indestructible. And then in subsequent printings, Ulamog is just the big, like, fat ass that demolishes everything. Incredible. Incredible, right? It just ties so well. And then you don't have a common for Kozilek, which is a little odd, but I guess, you know, putting 3 of these at common might be a little rough on the limited environment. But the uncommon one being the Artisan of Kozilek is perfect because, as we all know, Kozilek is the gay one. Derogatory. Well, a little derogatory. Kozilek is the gay one. And so it fits perfectly. Just Kozilek queening out with an Artisan. You know, it just all lines up perfectly. They just nailed it. And Annihilator is just so cool. One of the coolest mechanics of all time. It feels, not to spoil anything, but we have something coming out where we talk about Annihilator, and I talk about how Annihilator taps into this feeling of immensity that no longer can be handled by trample or can't be blocked by X number of creatures or even power and toughness. Annihilator has the vibe of this is big. It is not only big, but it is just, it's destructive and it's unrelenting. It's so dope. Annihilator is so dope. And then they came out with, get this, Battle for Zendikar. And look at what they did to my fucking family. Look at my goat. What do you mean they cost 1 mana? What do you mean they cost 2 mana? Like, the colorless Eldrazi are still pretty cool. And I get that you have to show some kind of progression. But like, this, I'm not about this. This kind of kills it for me. And it kills it for a lot of people too. There was a little bit of redemption with Oath. Because I mean the Oath big boys, well, I should say only one of the big boys was in Oath, but like the medium-sized ones that were related to the big boys felt weird. Like, I am okay with Eldrazi Mimic or like Matter Reshaper, but I wish that these were the only 2 Eldrazi that cost less than 4 mana. Arguably, I wish they all cost 5 or more. But yeah, you know, what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? This is time crafting. Also, Frame Shifty back for the 18th month. Good afternoon. Merry afternoon to you too. How you doing? How you been? Thank you so much for the support. Did one get banned in Modern at a point? Ayavugan got banned. The MH3 ones? I rather not, actually. The MH3 ones, they did a little bit more justice, right? I mean, you still have the like small dorks, but like this Breaker of Creation is great. Drowner of Truth is cool. Devourer of Destiny. Like, I wish that we didn't get to this point But if we are moving beyond how the Eldrazi were treated in Battle for Zendikar and Oath of the Gatewatch, then I do believe that this is more or less a step in the right direction. Although I don't know about some of these cards. Like, I guess there are goblins on Zendikar and whatnot, and the Eldrazi may have spread. But also, aren't these Eldrazi like alternative, like, you know, they're like a fanfic basically? Like, as far as Magic lore goes, don't get me started on the ones in Eldritch Moon or SOI. I like some of the Eldritch Moon ones, but you know. Oh, yeah, this is time crafting. Very weird Magic card. X and a red for an instant. Remove X time counters from a card or put X counters on a card. Such a fuck you. It's so funny. Like, very weird card to ever use for your own thing, but also very funny to use on one of theirs, where it's like, nah, put that back. put that away. You can use it to kill off a creature with vanishing, which is kind of cool. But it's just, you know, very funny. This is Tower of the Magistrate. This card's dope. This card saw some legacy play because when Batterskull was really popular and Stoneforge Mystic decks were really popular, you would use the tower to pop an equipment off someone or to just kill the germ token because it's target creature, not target creature you control. Saw a little niche play in Canadian Highlander as well when decks wanted more colorless sources to facilitate Thought-Knot Seer, Eldrazi Obligator, Reality Smasher, those kind of cards. Because again, GT is kind of annoying, Batterskull's kind of annoying, Cauldron Complete's kind of annoying. This is just a card that can deal with that. Also, some other spots where, you know, artifact decks are like, here's my wall of Thopters and Servos, try to get through, and you're like, okay, I'll get this protection from artifacts and hit you. And they're like, no, not like that. No, not like that. I'm older. Yeah, you want to come over here? There you go. Yeah, you want to get pet? Abominable Tree Folk, I think is what it's called. This card's cool. MH1 was so dope. Ren 6 is an interesting Magic card to print, but... And Hogak. But like, that's it. 4 mana Star Trampling Tree Folk. Power toughness equal number of snow permanents you control. When this creature enters, tap target creature and opponent controls. That creature doesn't untap during its controller's untap stop. Kind of wish this did more. You know? Like, maybe it's too good if it ETBs and attacks. It just locks something down at uncommon. But like, it's whatever. It's an uncommon. But like... I don't know. I'm going to look at MH1 and call it any like completely just irreprehensible cards. Like Ephemerate is really fucking powerful, but it's not, you know. I don't know if anybody's like, I mean, I hate Ephemerate and I love Ephemerate. But like, I don't know. Ranger Captain of Eos is pretty strong and interesting. Giver Runes is pretty strong and interesting. It can't protect itself, but can give colorless. Like, that's so cool. Echo of Eons. Again, it's a draw 7, but you're like, oh, how do I get this in the graveyard? Or what if I draw 7 into another draw 7? Cool Magic card. The forces in this set are reasonable. Like, they're not busted. Force of Negation's kind of funny. Urza, like, the biggest knock that I can give against Urza is that it's kind of boring. It's powerful. I will, well, maybe boring's not the right word, because the more that I've played with Urza, right, and I play a lot of Urza, the more that I'm actually just in the camp of, it's boring when you're only going for the combo kill, but it is actually so dope that it is a Magic card where it's like, you got to deal with me, but you also got to deal with the Construct. And it gives decks that typically would never attack more of an incentive to attack, which is also, I mean, there's a plus and a negative to that. The negative being like it's easier to deal with these decks because they're only doing one thing. But now they got Urza, they got Urza Saga and whatnot, and like that could just be real tough for you to deal with. Plague Engineer, like the worst part about this card is its name. Yawgmoth, just so dope, right? Like, Yawgmoth is so funny because it's a very powerful card, not too powerful, right? Like, not something where you're like, damn, this should be banned. That has a deck built around it, right? Like there's a deck that people call Yawgmoth. And it's just a cool creature combo deck. It's just like hard to get mad at Yawgmoth. And those decks use all the pieces of the puzzle. You know? I think that's kind of cool. Seasoned Pyromancer, very interesting Magic card. Fuck this oof, though. Real talk. Hex Drinker, just like so sick. Scale Up, so sick. Fallen Shinobi, Ice Fang Kotal, like the worst cards, the cards in MH3 that are the most egregious are Hogak, Astrolabe, Renin 6, and like Ephemerate, and that's it. And like Ephemerate isn't even like that bad. I mean, it is very powerful. It's a lot more powerful than people give it credit for, even, which is a weird thing to say considering it's like one of the best decks, if not the best deck in Modern right now. One of the stronger decks available in Pauper, right? And like shows up in Canadian Highlander, shows up in some Cube, like, but it's also just a card that you look at and you're like, well, yeah, this card's only going to get better as, you know, time goes on. It's 1 mana. It's an instant that you get to do a second time, and as ETBs get better or creatures get better, the Ephemerate gets better, and as removal gets better, Ephemerate also gets better. And like Hogak obviously busted in Modern, but like Hogak's just like fine in like Legacy and Vintage, right? Hogak still shows up and it's okay. It's cool. Like there's fair Hogaks being played in Legacy right now. And that's dope. And Renin 6, obviously this card's messed up, but actually what's messed up is that Wasteland and Strip exist. Arkham's Astrolabe is just nothing because it's boring. It's just a card that says, hey, mana doesn't matter. Also, I'm going to cycle, replace myself. Also, I'm an artifact. Like, just this card's boring. Card should have been 2 mana, is basically. This card's 2 mana and you're fine. Right? You just make it like a weirdo Prophetic Prism. Like, if you just make this Snow Prophetic Prism, that's kind of neat. Right? You could just have it be an artifact that ETBs. It's a snow artifact, so any mana you put into it becomes snow mana, and that just works well. At 1 mana, it's a little annoying, but it's not the end of the world. Yeah, MH1. Really, really cool set. Really cool set. Ooh. Yeah, it didn't help that Oko came out right after. Jace Cunning Castaway. I played so much of this card. Actually, I'm curious. Autumn, Mono Blue Tempo. I don't remember what Autumn's Pro Tour list or Mythic Championship, whatever. Do you have their deck list? You do. They had 1 Jace Cunning Castaway. Okay. I played a ton of Mono Blue back in the day. This was the deck that I played in Standard. This was the deck that I would grind on Magic Online. So the deck that I would take to GP side events and just win a bunch of boxes with. I played 2 in the board a lot of the time. This card's cool. It's not very powerful, but like it is legitimately a cool card, you know. If my brain wasn't full of magic cards, what do you think it would be full of? I'll give you two answers. If I wasn't like obsessed with magic cards, and like, I guess I'll give you two answers. My first answer is going to be the content creator answer, which is like, I don't know, probably like hockey statistics, because that's what my dad is. My dad and I are very similar. We both have TISM that latches on to something. Like it just has allowed us to, you know, we both had it when we were young. Like we've had it our entire lives. Obviously, it's a feature, not a bug here. And he just read every hockey stat you could ever imagine. And I've just read every magic card. The second one is that's not how brains work. Like my brain can be full of multiple things, right? And like, I know a lot about Magic the Gathering. I could talk about Magic the Gathering a lot. If somebody's like, hey, you have to do a TED Talk right now, no preparation. What do you do it on? My answer is probably Magic the Gathering, but also like it could be any number of things. That's not a like, what information do you have stored in your noggin? That's just like a, hey, what can you yap about? Like a brain isn't a hard drive, right? You don't have to push stuff out to put new stuff in. That's the beauty of it. You just get to keep adding to it. Oh no, I had to read all the avatar cards and now I can't remember the names of my nieces and nephews. No, they don't get full. Or at least they shouldn't. I don't know. Maybe COVID has destroyed a lot of people's brains. Anyways, this card's really cool. I like this card a lot. This is Obeka OTJ lesbian. Splitter of Seconds. All right. 4 mana, 2/5. Was she always an ogre warlock? There's an ogre wizard. Why did she become a warlock? She became a warlock so that she could be an outlaw. But like, that's it? That's a reasonable thing to do, I guess, but I don't know. God, this set was bad, huh? Like, the magic cards are powerful, and some of them are even quite interesting. But holy shit, did this just like fall flat? And I'm saying this as the cowboy guy. Former cowboy guy. Just the Razzle Dazzler. Yeah, mechanically this set is great. Spree is cool, plot is cool. Saddle is whatever. It's fine. The cards are powerful, right? Like, I don't know, a non-zero amount of these cards see play in other constructed formats, higher powered constructed formats, and also were banned in standard. Feels like weird, bad, cringy Capenna. Oh, so new Capenna. Yeah, I mean, it's a hat set. They pulled an Urza Saga. Or an Urza's block, where they're like, it's an enchantment set. You can tell by all the enchantments. And it's like, right, but this was either designed or developed in a way where you are not paying attention to the enchantments. You're paying attention to the artifacts, not just in power level, but also just because it's everywhere. Like, it's the enchantments. You didn't really sell me on the enchantment idea. And when with you know this, it's like it's not a cowboy set exclusively. It's a villains set. It's an everybody's here set. The good versus the bad. And it's like, no, it's a cowboy set. People don't go, wow, Rakdos is here, Tiny Bones is here, Oko is here. They're all villains. People go, why the fuck are these guys wearing cowboy hats? Oh shit. No. That card was from like Dragons or Fate Reforged or something. Ooh, Zagoth Triome. I want to apologize to the Triomes really quickly. We didn't know any better. The Triomes came out. I still think I think there's a world where Triomes don't exist and I'm a happier person. Or at the very least, my relationship with Magic the Gathering is already quite positive, but maybe a little bit more positive. I feel like these may have been an inevitability. I'll say that. They may have been an inevitability. But at the time when the Triomes came out, we were like, damn, this is so messed up. There's no reason for you not to play 3 colors. Triomes are so good. The fixing is absurd. And like, to an extent, yeah, Magic the Gathering is made less fun when your colors don't matter, right? Like, a part of what makes Magic so cool is that you have decided that you are going to play a black and blue deck, and you play black and blue. And then adding other colors to your deck makes it more difficult for you to execute your game plan. But that's okay because you get to reap the rewards of only playing black and blue. Whereas some people want to take the risk. Some people want to push it and play a third color. And these are emblematic of mana mattering less and less. And then it turns out all they need to do is print the Surveil lands. Because all you needed to do was basically just give people a reason to play fewer colors, or to incentivize them to like be like, okay, you can play 2 colors and you also just get this, right? And that's huge. Now, granted, people have moved in such a way where you get to play, like in a 3 color deck, you just play all 3 Surveil lands or whatever. Anyways, but it doesn't feel, I don't feel like an idiot for playing a 2 color deck, which is nice. Isn't the problem with Triomes actually Fetch's problem? Yes, but it's like discussing anything in this world where ultimately the problem is capitalism, right? Fetch lands are capitalism. Because all roads lead back to the big issue being capitalism. All roads lead back to the problem being fetch lands. And if you say that, it kind of just diminishes conversation, right? It's like, yeah, we can all agree that these are fucked up, but like, let's focus on the stuff that we can deal with, right? You can't just go like, hey, what we should really do is overturn fetch lands. And it's like, yes, but we gotta like, let's figure out what let's figure out some other stuff first, right? Like you gotta do some work before we burn down those banks. Excuse me. Like, before we can just completely upend capitalism, maybe we should work on like it. You know, it's very it's something where it's like, yeah, this would be so fucking great if we just started stringing up billionaires and. But also, we should maybe start on getting poor people to stop saying, no, it's okay that we can't afford housing or healthcare. You know? Like, we have some steps to take, right? First, we got to get these people to realize that you are aligned with these people. You are closer to being homeless than you are to being somebody in power. So we gotta correct your mentality first. Then we can start making progress. Anyways, triomes. I still wish that they were all called triomes. It feels bad that they aren't. I think that's also something that they've said. They're like, yeah, we really should have just did this differently. Yeah. This is Floating Dream Zubera. The Zuberas are so funny to me in Magic the Gathering. Because they are very weird, very quirky. They were incredibly popular at a casual level. Zubera Storm saw some popper play. And just, we haven't seen them. We didn't see them in like Kamigawa Neon Dynasty. We haven't seen them again. This feels like another thing where it's like, you go back to Kamigawa, you're going to get a Zubera somewhere, right? They're cute. They're fun. They're so stupid. They're so goofy. It is kind of funny that there are only two at uncommon here. Like, you have the red one and you have the blue one. I mean, you could tie it's weird because you could say like, well, maybe the white, the green, and the black one don't play as well, and I think that's correct. But like, I don't know, having a 4-mana 3/3 that if it died, if a bunch of damage was dealt to it, you get 3 1/1s. That's Sprouting Thrynax, but only if you chunk the big boy, which is kind of interesting. Maybe it clogs up the board too much, but I don't know. Seems okay. You gain 6 life. Who cares about that? Them discarding their hand is a little rough. Like, that is a little rough. Maybe you tweak the numbers a bit. Maybe you go like the green and the black one only make 2. Like, they discard 2 cards, or you make 2 things. Maybe the white one, you go up a bit, you gain 8. I don't know. Just, yeah, it does feel a little odd. Because they're so cute. They're quirky. People played these Zubera decks. People played this shit at FNM. People would bring this to PTQs, which is wild to say. But like, because it's what they played at FNM, or they thought they cracked it. They're like, I figured it out. Yep. With City of Brass and Tendo Icebridge, anything is possible. Time to Devouring Greed you. And then you're like, okay, I'll counter that. Oh, okay, I'll condescend that for one. Oh. This is the blue-red Land from Kaldheim. That's cool. I wish they did this again. Maybe if they go back to Kaldheim, we're going to see a flip too. That's kind of an interesting space, right? Because you have these uncommon lands, 1 for each color pairing. They tap to add mana of 1 color, and then they have an activated ability that costs 1 of the color pairings with an emphasis on the second color pair, right? Or second color of the pair. Like, this taps for a red, but its activated ability is blue-red with more blue pips required than the red. More blue mana required than the red. Very cool. Would be cool to see one that taps for blue and has a red ability where there's more red in the cost. Just a neat little thing that they have. These lands are neat. They were like, some of them were pretty good in limited. Some of them saw type 2 play. They're really good in Commander. These are the kind of lands that these are the kind of lands that I look at and I'm like, what happened to Commander players where they stopped playing tapped lands? You know, you could just play a tap land. This is going to be a part of a bigger tangent, but might as well use this now. One of the most frustrating things about Commander, about the way Commander gets discussed and content for Commander gets made, is that does not seem to be, there's too much of a focus on optimizing your deck rather than just helping these people learn how to play Magic the Gathering. And maybe that's because it is easier to tell a person, hey, you should just go out and buy this. Or, hey, you know what your deck needs? This card that you could just click a button and it'll arrive at your house. And if you use my code, you'll actually save 5%. Right? That's easier to do. It's easier to say. It aligns with the interests of the person saying it, right? They're incentivized to do it if they have a code, or, you know, they like just getting people to buy stuff, and they're like, I bought this and it was good, so you're good, and there I'm going to tell my friends and I'm going to give you more money. And it's also difficult to just be like, hey, listen, you're dog shit at Commander, or you're just bad at Magic the Gathering. But that's really hard to pass off. It's really hard to make that kind of content appealing, especially to people, especially because, one, the beauty of Magic the Gathering, and especially of Commander, is you could be terrible at it and still have fun. Not everybody wants to get better, needs to get better, or like wants to hear that they need to get better, right? But there are these, it just feels like it's space that I'm kind of surprised doesn't pop up at all. It's just like, I don't know, just kind of restructuring how you approach certain parts of the game. Kind of having a conversation with yourself of like, hey, this isn't that big, like including tap lands isn't as big of a deal if you just learn how to maximize your mana every turn with this in mind. If you learn the value of cards that are applicable early game and that also have late game, you know, like impact. Like, I'm not telling you to go out and become Finkel. I'm not even telling you to go out and win an RCQ or whatever. Like, I'm barely telling you to go out and win F&M. Just maybe focusing on, like, maybe people just focusing on a little bit of their play would go a long way. Because I feel like I'm not here saying that I'm the best player in the world. I'm not even here saying I'm a good player. I'm okay at Magic the Gathering. I win more than I lose, and that's okay. That's what I want, right? But like, I've been in so many Commander games over my life where people end up complaining about cards or game actions, and it's like, this really isn't the space to do this, but I really wish I could tell you that this happened because you fucked up, because you made a bad play, because you had poor threat assessment, because you, like, not because you didn't play a strong enough deck or you included strong enough cards, or because I decided to attack you. It's because you shit the bed. Like, I don't know what to tell you, right? I see that shit all the time. Not even just in games I play, but in watching other people play games or record games. It's wild. It's wild. Anyways, I think a lot of Commander players would benefit from just watch one video about, like, I don't know, like read one article by Zvi Moshowitz about how to use your mana. Like something. I don't know. It's funny you say this, because this is why I somewhat optimize, because I don't blame the cards, I blame myself. Yeah, maybe that's true. Where if you put in good cards, yeah, but well, Elmo the Red, that reads as something that reads with a level of self-actualization that I don't think your average player has. Right? Like because they don't want to blame themselves. Right? That's like a fighting game mentality. Well, not even strictly a fighting game mentality, but it's like a, you know, that's the kind of thing where you're like, my cards are good, which means that I must be lacking in some way, shape, or form. So how do I fix that to align with the cards? Instead of being like, I can't believe they wrathed. What a dickhead move. I thought this was bracket 3. You know, like, not everybody plays to improve. Not everybody improves from play. I saw a post about fighting games where it's like, fighting games really, they like, if you let them do this, they will reveal so much about you. How you react to losing, how you react to winning, just, you know, in a way that I don't think other games really capture. Because it's just you and them. You don't have the plausible deniability of blaming teammates or your cards. And you realistically shouldn't have that when you play Magic the Gathering. The strength of Magic the Gathering is you do have that, but that only really applies for the worst, like for bad players, right? But if you're the kind of player that can just go like, well, you could blame your character or blame their character too. But like, yeah, those people exist in fighting games. But there are the people that are like, damn, I can't believe they read that. They're so good. They're doing something different than what I'm doing. How do I get to their level? Or I did this thing that my opponent accurately read, which means that I am playing in such a way that either my opponent is conditioning me, which means I'm susceptible to getting conditioned, or I'm playing in such a way that is predictable and then they're latching onto that. I should change that. Anyways, this is like Shieldred's Headhunter or something. Stinging Hive Master. You know, he was so close. Deep Gnome Terramancer. Hey, can somebody that knows Baldur's Gate, is a deep gnome a type of gnome? Like, is this like there are gnomes and there are deep gnomes the way there are elves and like dark elves? Yes, it is indeed. So what is a deep gnome? Deep gnome. Huh? You sound like you're in the Black Lodge. What are you saying? Angel from the other room is like, yep, snap, yep, then. I'm like, what? It's snap, yep. Known as a sphere fneblin. As they sphere neblin. Okay. You can understand how I would get confused. Trabuke Zip. Trabuke Zip. Alright, well, I've learned enough about deep gnomes. This card's funny. Whenever one or more lands enters under opponent's control without being played, you may search your library for a plains, put it into play, then shuffle. Do this once only each turn. This is a card that when it came out, people were like, damn, this is it. This is the mono white ramp you've always wanted. And then it wasn't the mono white ramp you've always wanted. In fact, there are a lot of instances where this didn't do anything other than be like a flash 2/2. But then when this card hits, whoo, it's like Archivist of Ogma. That's another card. Like a 2-mana, also, I think a 2-mana 2/2 gnome with flash. Or you're a halfling. Just another card where you're like, damn, this card's going to be so good. This is absolutely a staple. And then when it does nothing, you're like, oh. But when it starts doing something, you're like, oh, fuck, it's so good. It's so good. Jimbo Malloy back for the 3rd month. Good afternoon, Mr. Wheeler. Happy Friday. And a Merry Friday to you too. How you doing? How you been? Glad to have you. Good to see you. Do I play any of these in mono white? No. I play like exclusively. Well, occasionally I'll play Deep Gnome Terramancer because it gets me up to Ameria. And I actually don't mind if I just play it and it trades with something, because then I just get it back with Ameria later if I really want to. But like, I tend to go to Burnished Heart or Sad Robot instead. Those kind of cards. Core Cartographer. Played a lot of Core Cartographer. I'm a big always does a thing over occasionally does a thing guy. You know? I don't click Hydro Pump, I click Surf. Oh, I like Claim Jumper. Audric Lunarch Marshal. 4 mana 3/3 legendary creature human soldier. Wow. These kind of commanders are cool. These kind of commanders are cool. Just like kitchen soup, or kitchen sink commanders. Kitchen soup as opposed to bathroom soup. Kitchen sink commanders, I guess, as opposed to bathroom sink commanders, are kind of cool. Although I will say these commanders always have a dated feeling to them, right? Because like, hey, they gain first strike if they have first strike, and then flying, death touch, double strike, haste, hexproof, indestructible, lifelink, menace, reach, skulk, trample, and vigilance. And it's like, you know, one of these is standing out. Like, spot the elephant. I mean, not even an elephant. It's just like, what do you mean skulk? What do you mean skulk? What the hell is skulk? Oh, they don't use skulk anymore. Oh, they do use skulk. They just use skulk. They put skulk on some cards, but it's not called skulk when they do it. Oh, except for occasionally it's when they do call it skulk? Oh, okay. Huh. Audric is a 10-year-old card. Yeah, a 10-year-old card that they keep reprinting. They've reprinted it. But that's what I'm saying, right? It's a 10-year-old card that looks like a 10-year-old card. The ring tempts me? Yeah. Concerted effort. Yes. Gets flying. The same is true for fear, first strike, double strike, land walk, protection, trample, and vigilance. Oh, thank God. My biggest issue with my Audric deck is all my creatures with forest walk. It doesn't get shared anymore. You know, it's really embarrassing when you show up to the function with an Audric deck and your dust elemental isn't giving your board fear. I fucking hate this game. This game stinks, man. What is this? Pearl Ears? Pearl Ear. Imperial Advisor. This card's cool. I wish it was better, which is wild because it has so many lines of text. 1 white for a 3/4 legendary Fox Advisor with lifelink. Enchantment spells you cast have affinity for auras. Whenever you cast an aura spell that targets a modified permanent you control, draw a card. I wonder who the most popular mono white aura like commander is. Is it Light Paws? It's got to be Light Paws, right? Hi, Mulder. Hello, my bubba. I mean, maybe SRAM. Like, it's got to be SRAM, right? But SRAM... No, it's Light Paws. Holy shit. That's so many... That's a very funny Giada stat, but that makes sense. 9,970 decks. Almost 10K. Now, granted, I imagine there may be some weirdo CDH Light Paws decks, too, or, like, Big Gulp Commander Light Paws. I could see that. She's so boring. Who? Light Paws or Giada? Because I have an Angel deck and it is not led by Giada. It would probably be stronger if it was led by Giada. But I don't have a German foil Giada that is signed by Chris Ron. It'd be a little weird to have my Giada signed by Chris Ron, but unless maybe Chris Ron did a Giada. I don't know. Yeah. God, what a boring set of commanders. I mean, I get it. They're pretty straightforward. You build around a central theme. I'm not here to be contrarian necessarily. A little bit. But that's just the humanity talking. Ashen one. But just like, look at this top 5. Hi, I'm an angel commander that puts out angels and the angels get bigger. Hi, I'm aura commander, and then when you play the auras, I get more auras. Hey, I'm a soldier commander that when you attack with and you have a bunch of soldiers, you make a bunch of soldiers. Hey everybody, it's me, Elish Norn. If you play triggered abilities, you get more triggered abilities, but your opponents don't get triggered abilities. Hey, I'm Delny. If you got triggered abilities, you get more triggered abilities, but the caveat is you can only play creatures that have really good triggered abilities as a trade-off for having low power. A very common design trend. Hey everybody, I'm like a combo commander in a CDH card and was a CDH card. This is like a big gulp one. And Anti-Venom is cool. It's fun. Very powerful. And like and UB. I'll give Anti-Venom some wiggle room. I'm a sucker for a Dawn Elemental. Also, I saw my buddy Bill play an Anti-Venom deck. That's right. I watched Magic content, not to fucking brag or anything. But like, it's so wild with mono white because if you just scroll down and you just get to this patch, like what are we doing here? Gisela. So this is going to be an Angels deck most likely, but it's like, yeah, I'm looking to meld 2 cards. And also, I bet Bruna is up here. Yeah. So you're doing the Bruna meld thing, but also you've decided to pick the cool, like, no, I'm just going to hit you for 4. Wandering Emperor, tap creatures you control have hexproof with Convoke. Dope. I get to play this with like vehicles, plus other Convoke cards, plus creatures with activated abilities. You got Bill the Pony. Mono White Big Booty. You got Owl. What the hell is Owl doing? Oh, we're just killing Owl and bringing Owl back. Okay, so we are just reincarnating Owl over and over again. That's kind of cool. You have Mono White Legends, which as somebody that's played a lot of Mono White Legends, you have to dig deep. You got some cool hitters in here, which, I'm fine with this. This is pretty straightforward, but this is still a cool theme. Ratchet? What the fuck do you do? You're the life linking one, right? When you gain life, you can convert it and return an artifact with mana value less than or equal to the amount of life you gain this turn. So I just saw one of the top cards in this deck. Any deck that has high synergy cards, Bottle Gnomes. Bottle Gnomes. Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah, bud. Anyways. Yeah, Nadar was there. Mono White Dungeons. Mono White Paladins. Like, Mono White Voltron, but Dungeon Voltron. Like, that's cool shit. Yeah, multiple triggers out of your bagels. That's cool. I don't know. It's just Mono White has so much to offer. And you ordered vanilla, and not even like French vanilla, not vanilla bean. You wanted like fucking Dixie Cup vanilla. I don't know what this card is. And I feel bad that I don't know what this card is. What is this card? That's a core. Is this core chant? Is this a version of core chant? Foul presence. Oh, you're a fucking Metathran. You don't look like a Metathran. Like, they're bluish, but it's like the kind of bluish white that a core would be. And the Yowie hands. Oh, oh, oh. That's good art. That's funny. This card's kind of annoying. Kind of annoying magic card. Ooh, banger alert. Telling time. Has the Dandan Secret Lair gone on sale yet? This is a Pro Tour winning card, by the way. Look at the top 3 cards of your deck. One goes to your hand. You put one on top, one on the bottom. Banger. Banger. They haven't announced a date for it yet. Oh. This is like OTJ Frog. Spring Splasher. Oh, this is some kind of crawler. Is this MH2? This is MH2. You Radiant Crawler? Glinting Crawler. Glinting Creeper, excuse me. 4 and a green. For a 0/0 converge. Enters with 2/1/1 counters on it for each color of mana spent to cast it. Creature can be blocked by creatures with power 2 or less. Holy shit, this is a 5 mana 10/10. That's cool. 5 mana 8/8. That's kind of nice. That's kind of nice. I believe this is Friendly Ghost. Man, Duskborn sucks. What a shit set. The cards are powerful. I mean, if I speak... Yeah, I'm not here to break any NDAs. Don't worry about it. Let's move on. What is this? Sky... Sky... something. Sky warping? Sky reaping. Oh. Is it Seb McKinnon? Yeah. It's old Seb McKinnon. One of the, I mean, I don't like this particular piece, but I do like Seb McKinnon's older work. It's a shame about the whole anti-vax rallying with, you know, anti-vax rallying with Nazis and all that jazz. I had NDAs for Duskmorn. No, but I have other NDAs and I talk to a lot of Magic designers. And they tell me things in confidence, in which I will not repeat here. You'll have to wait until the fucking Magic 2020's in review. Erebos' Intervention. This card was good. Card saw some type 2 play. Whoa. Oh. They changed the color on this. Is this just the scan? What the fuck is type 2? Standard. Sorry. I said type 2 earlier today. This happens anytime I call it type 2. I called it type 2 because we were talking about cards that were released in the era when it was called type 2. And then I was like, right, don't call it standard because it wasn't standard. And then flipping the switch back, it's a little tough. Even though it hasn't been type 2 for, what, 20 years? No, not 20 years. 15 years? 16 years? Yeah, this card's cool. Weird art set. Ooh. I played this card in Canadian Highlander. Type 1.5. Type 1. This is Thought Nibbler. Yeah, this one's funny. 1 mana 1/1, you're with flying. Your max hand size is reduced by 2. 1 mana 1/1 flyers. We got Flying Men and Arabian Nights, and they're like, nope, too good. Sorry, way too good. You have to give them a downside. So you got cards like Cloud Sprite or Cloud Pirates. You know, these cheap flyers with downsides. Right? Can only block creatures with the flying. Very funny because you're not really blocking with this card anyways. And I can't think of the first. Was it Zephyr Sprite? I'm trying to think of the first, like, hey, we're so back. 1 mana 1/1 flyer with like upside, or even with nothing. Just like we had Suntail Hawk, but they shifted away from it being blue. Type flying. Damn, he's good. Yeah. Look at that gap. Look at this. Like, Zephyr Sprite, again, 2009. And Arabians is what, 93? I always forget if Arabians was like winter 93 or like quarter one 94. FO means full Oracle. It's just a habit I got into. Because there are some cards where I want a full Oracle, not Oracle. But yeah, like Flying Men, and we didn't get an actual factual Flying Man until Zephyr Sprite again. And then we didn't get one with upside until Jace's Phantasm. Cool. We got Suntail Hawks and whatnot, but those are not blue. Those are white. What's the difference between us? I don't want to say we could start at the penis. The difference between Oracle and full Oracle? What's a good example that I can use? Can't be blocked. I am building... This is going to be a terrible example, but I'm going to do it. I am building a mono black deck, and I am looking for evasive creatures. Oh, dang it. Onslaught block is my favorite block. And there's no creatures in black in Onslaught block with a type of evasion of any sort. Oh, I'm so fucked. Wait a minute. What if I type full Oracle? Surely there couldn't be any cards here. Oh my god! I've unlocked Fear, a mechanic I didn't know about because I started playing this game in 1999. No, shit. 2019. Also, Onslaught block's my favorite block for some reason. Oh, the humanity. It comes up a lot if I'm looking for, like, I don't know, Oracle, Artifact, Oracle, Artifact, Oracle enters type creature. Where it's like, I'm looking for creatures that make artifacts when they come into play. Let's go CMC equals 1. This is actually the example I should have given. Oh, there's not many 1-drops that make artifacts when they come into play. Unless I go FO artifact and FO enters. Boom, baby! Novice Inspector and Thraben Inspector and Voldarian Epicure and Spyglass Siren, because they all create tokens that happen to be artifacts. Then that's what you're looking for. Do I like Onslaught block because I love capitalism? Yep. That's what, when I think of Benny Wheels, I think of his love for capitalism. Yep. I've created a very strange Magic player. The doctor to my parents after I was born. This is the 6-drop Bloomburrow Otter that well, that well is Snapcaster. Daring Wave Rider. 6 mana 4/4. When it ETBs, you can cast instant or sorcery with mana value 4 less from your graveyard without paying its mana cost. The spell will be put into your graveyard, exiled instead. Look what I found. I like this card. It's cute. I don't know how Otters ended up playing in Limited, but like, you're building a deck with Otters. You have this cool top end Otter. Otters care about you casting spells. But you want to play a big creature. Here's a big creature that also casts a spell. And also, if you're in blue-red and you're playing with cards that you purchased recently, or maybe you want to include new deck cards in your deck, then maybe you care about casting 2 spells a turn. So this is a card that technically casts 2 spells a turn, and that's cool. Cool card. Bad Torrential Gearhulk. Me going up to a casual player that has just started playing the game that loves their weird otter. Yeah, I'm playing this otter because it lets me cast my spells for free, but it's a big creature. That's a stupid fucking Torrential Gearhulk you've got. Damn, what a shit card. Can it beat Ryu? Daring Wave Rider players be like, yeah, I've got a good Ryu matchup, actually. My favorite fighting game playerism, which is also prevalent in Magic players, is when they're like, I've done it. I've figured it out. I figured out the secret answer to this stale metagame. And you're like, okay, what is it? And they give you some dog shit answer. They're like, it's Daring Wave Rider. And you're like, okay. And then they list all the top tiers. And then you give them one and they kind of go, where you're like, tell me about Daring Wave Rider. And they're like, oh, you're positive in the Ed matchup, the Mai matchup, the Ryu matchup. You're good into Geef. And they're like, okay. What about your Manon matchup? And they're like, you go even with Manon. And you're like, oh, okay. You got a fucking answer for everything, I guess. And that's where, like, that's where you fall, huh? All right. I mean, tell me I'm not winning the game that I Daring Wave Rider into stock up. 5-6 with Lily. I mean, fighting games are kind of the funny version of that because, like, tiers don't exactly dictate anything. I mean, they dictate a bit at high level, but not really, right? It's so funny. People that are, like, just talking nonstop about tier lists, and then you just look at a top 8, and you're like, all right, what do we got here? All right, well, we got Elena, we got a Chun. Like, it doesn't matter. Yeah, tiers are so less important in modern games because, like, they don't make dog shit characters anymore. They don't really make that dog shit. And when they do, it's so intentional that people are like, oh, I get it. This is like a fan insert, right? Chun in 3? Yeah. Tier lists end up not mattering until the top 1%. No, it's the opposite. Tier lists don't matter at the top 1%. Right? Like, people are probably more scared of, like, Moki playing Chun than Moki playing, like, Ryu or Mai, right? Also, I don't know if Moki's still playing Chun. I just picked the player. Right? A specialist is always going to be scarier, in my opinion. Goichi has been winning with Chun forever. Just look at Hibiki with Lily. Yeah, exactly. This is now a Street Fighter stream. This is Rise from the Tide. Return Upon the Tide. Damn, he's a dumbass. They don't matter for bad players like me as well. Yeah, they don't matter, period. But like, if you are picking a selection of the player base where they do matter, then like you are more likely to pick, I don't know, like what, diamond players? Like maybe high plat? But even then it doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter. It's also game dependent. That's true. It's game dependent, right? I'm older. SF6 is so balanced. Balanced like a coin toss is balanced. Me flipping coins over and over again. God, this is, it's really even right now. It's like a slot machine. Oh yeah, the house always wins. Capcom's just sitting there smoking a big fat cigar. They're like, go ahead. Beg for outfit 5, I dare ya. Please give us outfit 5. Please give us outfit 5. Please, we want McDonald's bison. I'm begging you. Capcom just whispers in your ear. It's called conditioning. This is Might Sliver. I'm going to talk about some slivers right now. I like slivers. Slivers are very funny. They've had a couple, like the original slivers, right? From Tempest Block. Fucking weirdos. Just weird little worms. Weird little worms with hooks for hands, and they're all part of the Sliver Queen hive mind. And they're cool. These slivers are very cool. Crystalline Sliver should have been taken out back and shot. Unfortunately, you could not target it with the rifle, so we had to kill Old Yeller instead. But other than Crystalline Sliver, these slivers are great. Then we go to Onslaught Block. And these slivers are also great because I like to imagine when they made the slivers in Onslaught Block, they were like, look, comp players don't want to have to play against slivers. They don't, because they hold the vibe of like casuals love slivers. Slivers are for casual players, right? So let's make the slivers in this block for casual players, for a majority of our player base, which is just fucking nerdy kids and teenagers and college students like playing on like the floor, that have like, that you don't ask them like, so what archetype, what are you on? Oh, I'm on Psychotog. What about you? Oh, I'm playing Bant Wake, right? You go, what are you playing? They're like, I'm playing my sliver deck. And they're like, oh no, can I switch from my goblins deck to my dark banishing deck? And you're like, no. Erica, thank you for the raid. Welcome, folks. We're yapping here. We're chatting. I hope you had a good stream. We're just talking shop. These slivers are so cool because they are like very clearly geared towards the casual audience, but they're powerful. And they speak to a time of like Commander wasn't really a thing, but you better believe kitchen table multiplayer was like one of the most popular ways of playing this game. Then we go to Time Spiral. And these slivers are a little more geared, like they're a little more in line with the OG bunch, but you have a split because you have they're all callback slivers. And some of those end up being powerful because if you want slivers to recall iconic cards from the history of the game or previous slivers that maybe got shifted, right? Like we saw Muscle Sliver turn into Sinew Sliver, so a green buff to a white buff. And then we saw Glorious Anthem turn to Gaia's Anthem, so a white buff to a green buff. Very cool. We see, you know, where are you? Like, hey, what if we made a Birds of Paradise sliver and every sliver's a Birds of Paradise or a Utopia tree or whatever? That's cool. That's dope. Well, thank you, Mulder. They made this weirdo one, which is just like, what if your slivers were Juzam Djinns? Or like, this is the one that you play to counter their slivers because you've introduced a toxic sliver to the game. Well, not a toxic sliver. We'll get to that later. You've introduced this weirdo fucking sliver to the game. And now I'm like, it's infecting all the other ones, which really instills the like symmetrical hive mind nature of slivers. That's super cool. You have Harmonic Sliver, which it's so funny, but maybe people don't know. This was legitimately like the most played silver bullet creature, or one of the most played silver bullet creatures in the game. This was your Reclamation Sage did not exist. This was the only, I'm going to ETB and blow up an enchantment or artifact at that level. Like, that's fucked. It's so funny because it's something where you're like, oh, it's like a Rex Sage or whatever. It just comes into play and blows up an artifact or enchantment. And for what it's worth, this was a cool one because it was a silver bullet card, but also if you really wanted to like fuck them over, getting 2 copies of this card in your sideboard, or one in your main, one in your board, was so busted. Because the first one comes in and destroys 1, and then you fetch up the second one, comes in, and then you get to blow up 2. Hell yeah. Yes, hi Mulder. And then we went to this. And these were fine. The callbacks were interesting. I hate the look of these slivers. Everybody hated the look of these slivers. And you'll never guess what they did after these slivers. They changed them back again. I don't understand the process behind this. Because they just, I get that they're trying to, like, they're really trying to pull from Predator stuff, you know? Tartalo MTG, thank you for the subscription. Glad to have you. Thank you for supporting the channel. It means a lot to me. And then good night. This is very fun and chill. Good night. Have a good one. Damn, dropping the sub and then being like, I'm out. Slivers were evolving, so they became humanoids. Yeah, but this is like a great lesson in like, don't touch this. You know, the crowd that plays slivers are not the brightest bulbs in the shed. Or like, come on. You know who plays these cards. Do you think that's an audience that wants change? No. And if they want change, they probably want more interesting change from this. Because these don't resemble slivers at all. Barely. This one does. Only by this hook. And then but then the rest looks like it's the fucking Predator, right? Like this one kind of does, but only if you look at this the way that players look at Signal Pest. Yeah, Mana Weft I can maybe see, but even then, like, it's just, they look so bad, man. They're not slivers. They don't look like slivers. And you are printing them for a casual audience that just wants more slivers. Doesn't matter what they do. They just want more slivers for their sliver deck. And these slivers don't look like slivers. This is a very weird sliver, though, to print. Bone Splitter Sliver. Do they know what a Bone Splitter is on Dominaria? Gamer posture? I legitimately corrected my posture after I looked at this card. I legitimately, like, caught myself and I was like, okay. Yeah, it's very weird. You can get slivers are super adaptable and they can buy changing drastically. People don't want that. Yeah, and but like I actually like the idea of like they're evolving. They've adapted into more things. But like this is not the progression you're looking for. Right? When I want to see my slivers evolve, or if I'm looking for my to see some kind of like, you know, they're hitting their ultimate form or whatever, I still want them to look like slivers. I want them to pick up the fucking bone club in 2001 though. I don't want them to be like, huh, I can use a bone, and then watch some grown-ass man from Philadelphia walk on the screen and beat those apes to death, right? Like, it's too drastic. It's boring. It's boring. They should become crabs. I would have taken that. If you, instead of making them more humanoid, make them fucking weirder, right? Ronald Reagan, is that you? I would have taken that club and beaten that. Well, I would have beaten that ape to death. Well, Nancy, block this whack-ass mix-up. Anyways, I actually don't hate slivers. Sliver players kind of annoy me, but you know, I think they get. I actually sliver players annoy me, but you know what annoys me more than a sliver player? People that see slivers and go, "Oh, hey everybody, stop what you're doing. There's a sliver player here. There's a sliver player here. We gotta everybody grab your bricks, grab your knives. We have to end their life." And you walk over to the table and you see what the big hubbub is. And the hubbub is that they've played a predatory sliver. That's it. It's like goblins players when they get a third goblin into play. Oh, you Krenko players crack me up. What are you gonna do? Oh, would you look at that? All your goblins have haste. Oh, very good. Sliver players, when they have a third sliver in play. Let's take this guy around back. Let's take this guy around back. Let's fucking break his legs. No, you're not coming back here, fucker. You are not coming back here. Like, it's just, it's so, like, it's like, what there, there's got to be a term for this, right? It's the way that price history leaves certain cards that are no longer played or as sought after still relatively expensive, just because they hold that, you know, aura. They have that precedence. I feel like slivers are forever doomed to be the target, right? Hysteresis? No thanks, I already ate. A phenomenon in which the value of physical property lags behind the changes in effect causing it is, for instance, when magnetic induction lags behind the magnetizing force. Yeah, sure, why not? There's no crystalline goblin. Yeah, but you deal with them all the same way. You cast Day of Judgment. It's not that bad. They're not that bad. You'll blow up their shit, but like, you know. Can you name a creature deck that isn't scary when it gets 3 things on the board? No. That's just, those are just creatures. That's just dealing with a typal deck. But Slivers gets it the worst out of all. Maybe Elves gets it a little bit worse, which is so funny. Run interaction. Oh, fuck. Huh. Is this taunt? No. Superior numbers. Oh, this fucking card. This card's cool. 2 green for a sorcery. Deals damage to target creature equal to the number of creatures you control in excess of the number of creatures target opponent controls. Just green removal. This is the way you do green creature removal. This is like old school green creature removal too. Just play balance. Of course. Why didn't I think of that? This is the Battle Bond Dragon with assist. Flame Baby Dragon Yug. Lava Field Overlord. Oh, I thought this Lava Axe summon. Out of curiosity, how many players here, commander players that play pretty regularly, include cards with assist in their decks? Or if you don't do it yourself, have you run into any cards with assist? I'm going to go grab a little nosh, and I'm curious to see what the response is. Time over. Hey, how you doing? I haven't seen assist. I've seen join forces don't count. Those are cool. I've never seen assist. The awful green ramp spell, everybody pays into it. Oh, yeah, New Frontiers. Out of bounds. There are only 2 assist cards that I have seen in Commander. This one's actually okay. Play of the game? This one I've seen. It's pretty good. And then game plan. I think it's game plan. Yeah, game plan. This one. There's Overwatch play the game. Yep. Play of the game. What happened to Overwatch? Does it still get played? Wait. Why sadly? Is it? Oh, it's Blizzard. Right, it's Blizzard. Game is ass. Yeah, it's a hero shooter. Of course it's ass. I don't know. Maybe that's not fair. I think video games are pretty fun when you're dog shit at them. I had some fun playing original Overwatch. And I love Team Tactics, Team Fortress 2. Played a lot of Team Fortress 2. Although I gotta say, all I can think of when I think of Overwatch is the following video. It's such a 2000s kind of joke, but I love, yeah, it's a delivery and it's pre-recorded. You know? You know this guy did like multiple takes. You know this guy did multiple takes. What do we want to listen to for music? I've had classical music on, but you know, we don't have to have that. Oh, wait, hold on. I want to listen to music for 18 musicians. MF Doom. Wait, hold on. Somebody typed MF Doom in chat. I'm just waiting for it. I don't think it's going to happen. Anytime somebody types MF Doom, I think of that post. I'm not on Friday Night Paper Fight tonight, no. I think of that post when somebody's complaining about Doom fans, and then somebody was like, all caps when you spell the man's name. And the reply was like, see, this is what I'm fucking talking about. Whew. Okay, this is a card that, this is a really bad enchantment. Actually, this is going to be for you, chat, because I don't know its exact name. But who here knows what this card is? Or what it does? It's Lorwyn. I will tell you that. And it's a white enchantment. It is a white enchantment from Lorwyn. I think it costs 2. I believe it is a 2-mana white enchantment from Lorwyn or Morningtide. This shit is so funny. Yeah, it is something with Clash. It's an enchantment that says, like, when you win a Clash, you tap a creature and it doesn't untap. Yeah, Entangling Trap. Whenever you Clash, tap target creature an opponent controls, and if you won, that creature doesn't untap during its controller's next untap step. So, okay, it's not as bad as I thought. It always taps it, but if you win the Clash, it stays untapped. What a terrible card. Clash sucks. Clash is terrible. These, like, there are a couple of Clash cards that are fine. Right? Do keyword Clash. I have 33 cards right now. So this gets me to 29 cards with Clash. So I go from 33 down to 29, but also I lose cards like Entangling Trap, which doesn't have Clash itself, but I want to include it in the conversation. So if I go keyword Clash, I lose cards to talk about, and also, even if I am looking to be as efficient as possible, it's only 4 cards. Clash is so funny because it either doesn't fucking matter or it is the most important thing in the world, right? I'm attacking. You block with a creature. And I play like a bigger creature. Or you attack me and I block with a bigger creature. Or a smaller creature, I guess. And then I play Fistful of Force. So spell does 2 things. 2 mana +2/+2. But if I win the Clash, it gets an additional +2/+2 and trample. This shit could make or break combat, right? Like, this is either 2 mana, we trade creatures, and that sucks because I've used 2 cards for your 1 card. 2 mana, I get to eat your creature, but the trample doesn't matter because I'm on block. Right? Or it's like on attacks, 2 mana, my creature is now bigger than your creature, and I just get to kill it, which is just a normal giant growth type of effect, but this is below rate. Or I win the flip, and now I get to trample over while I'm attacking. And that's the highest of high rolls, right? Is like I play this, I get the boost so my thing doesn't die. I get a bigger boost, and I get trample. But just like so much of this card, it just doesn't, like it doesn't matter. Which is really bad. Like, you want the words on your cards to matter or to feel like you're going to achieve something if you look to play with them, right? And like, there are spots where it's like, yeah, you know, I play a pump spell that gives trample, but I have to use it defensively. And so the trample is wasted. But like, the trample's not even guaranteed. So then you have that mental, like, for a lot of people, you win the Clash, and then you're like, oh, well, that feels wasted. Almost, you know? Not great. Not great. And that's like a card with actual relevance. Some of these are just fucking terrible. Bog Hoodlums might be one of the worst cards of all time. Yeah, Release the Ants was used in Legacy as a kill condition with Omniscience, where you would stack your deck with Emrakul and then Cunning Wish for Release the Ants. Deal 1 damage to them, your Emrakul is going to win the flip. And then you return Release the Ants to your hand, and you get to repeatedly do it over and over again. Pretty cool and straightforward. Some of these cards, like, Clash is kind of a cool mechanic to have like 5 of. You know? Not really a cool mechanic to have on 30 cards. I just why play with uncertainty when you can play cards that do things? You know? And it's not uncertainty that is like, you know, Chaos Warp, where you're like, I don't know what's going to happen, and it's exciting. It's like, I don't know what's going to happen, and also sometimes I might feel terrible. Sometimes I might feel like you never feel great with Clash. You just breathe a sigh of relief. Which is very funny. Destroy target enchantment, clash with an opponent. If you win, destroy all enchantments your opponents control. Whew! This card is kind of funny, too. Because, like, it's a 3-mana 2/1. Whenever it attacks, you clash with an opponent. If you win, target creature gains double strike until end of turn. So you don't know if this is going to happen until you've committed to attacking with a creature with the like lowest toughness in the game that can still be in play, right? And if you lose this clash, not only does this mean that your opponent is likely going to have a larger impactful card coming up, but also you just fucking threw away your Githkin or whatever. That's just, I don't know. Like, even some of the Clash cards are mostly about timing. Like, if Springjack Knight was beginning of your upkeep, you clash. And if you win the clash, a creature gains double strike. You know, that can at least make for some interesting decisions about like, oh, okay, well now this can attack, right? Or, you know, it attacks, you win the and you clash. If you win the clash, it gets double strike. If you lose the clash, it gets first strike. That way, you have a magic card that is a 3-mana 2-power first striker. That's normal. That's like a reasonable card to print. But if you win the clash, it gets double strike, and that's exciting and powerful, right? It can still muck up some spots where you're like, they have a 4/4, and if I win this like clash, I get to if I win the clash and they block, I get to kill their thing. But that's just being an idiot, right? Like, you can play this in a way where you're like, okay, this is always going to have first strike, which means that I can attack into their cheap creatures, and they're probably going to take it. But if I get double strike, then they really need to block or they're going to take a bunch of damage. That's cool. There's just cooler ways to do Clash. I would just do, if I did Clash, I would do less of it. And I would also maybe focus more on like when we clash or why we're clashing. You know? I think this is press the advantage or double the thing, press the advantage. What do I think about the Spider Woman for mono blue or Flying Men? Yeah, I think that card should probably be in that deck. Is it? It is press the advantage. I know that this is a card that gives 2 creatures +2/+2, and it shows 2 creatures like in the fray. Press the advantage really doesn't feel like I guess it's the advantage because you have 2 creatures which are more than their creatures. It feels a little weird that this is the name for a card that is so focused on like 2 creatures get this, they get +2/+2, and there are 2 creatures shown in the art. Feels like they could have used this name for something else because press the advantage is a pretty generic kind of title. I don't know, maybe that's why, like, maybe it's a generic title so that if it gets reprinted, because it's a pretty reasonable Magic card, then they could just use it in a different setting. Ooh, Altar of the Goyf. This is so funny to me. This makes me feel, because this is the Altar of the Goyf. 5 mana, Kindred Artifact, Lurgoyf. Lurgoyf creatures you control have trample, and whenever a creature you control attacks alone, gets +X/+X until end of turn, where X is the number of card types among cards in all graveyards. Super cool Magic card. But also, is the implication that the term goyf gets used in the world of Magic the Gathering? Because people refer to it as goyf, right? Tarmogoyf is goyf, right? Which is so already pretty funny. At MagicCon Atlanta, I ran into somebody discovering that Tarmogoyf was not the first goyf. And it was so pure and genuine. And it was so cool. We were playing this timeline game where you have you flip cards that have things that happened in Magic or related to Magic, and you put them on the timeline. It's called Time Walk because that's a Magic card, and it was the card was the first printing of a creature with goyf, or with Lurgoyf as its type, and one of the contestants picked around Future Sight because they're like, yeah, this is Tarmogoyf. And then it's like, no, sorry, it's Ice Age. And their reaction was so perfect. Because they're like, oh, Tarmogoyf wasn't the first Lurgoyf? What was the first Lurgoyf? And there was kind of a pause, and then goes, oh, the first Lurgoyf was Lurgoyf. Not in a oh, you stupid idiot, but just in a oh my God. Right, there's a generation of players that have discovered goyfs maybe through MH3 that they look back to oh, what are these in reference to? And they look at Tarmogoyf. And they're like, oh, Tarmogoyf is that's what people call goyf. It's just very cool. Very fun thing to see happen in real time. But also just, they call them goyfs in the world? That can't be lore, or that can't, there's no way that the in-universe reference to Lurgoyfs as goyfs predated Magic players referring to Tarmogoyf as goyf. Right? There's no way. So this is an instance of the in-universe reflects trends in language from the real world, slang. The in-universe has picked up our slang. I mean, I guess that happens with the fucking Duskborn, but that doesn't count. That's an abomination. That's very cool. Isn't it weird for them to all be called goyfs? Yeah, because of the Vors. Right? The first reprinting of Lurgoyfs were, they had the suffix of vor, right? Cognivore, Cantivore, Cognivore, Mortivore, Magmavore, and Terravore. And then Detravore, yeah, or Detridivore, excuse me, in Time Spiral or Planar Chaos, and then Tarmogoyf and Future Sight. Hi. Then we got Necrogoyf and stuff. I don't know. Let's look at all the Lurgoyfs. I do dislike Cosmogoyf. That's not what a goyf does. Goyfs count graveyards. I get that this is weird space goyf, so it doesn't count graveyards. But no. Sorry. You have to count graveyards. Urberg Lurgoyf. Yeah, I guess there's Pyrrhic Revival. But is that's not well, I guess that begs a different question, right? Is that called Pyrrhic Revival by the folks in the world. You know? A graveyard from my graveyard. That's dope. Smoke's fattest doink you've ever seen. That's dope. This is a very weird card. Why do you look like that? This is Flickering Wisp from Time Spiral. I have to type this out in one hand. Or Flickering Spirit. Fuck, right. It's a... Oh, God, I'm an idiot. I'm such a fucking idiot. It's a blinking spirit. But this flickers. So that's kind of funny. This is a weird one. Because Blinking Spirit is a 4-mana 2/2 from Ice Age that you could just return it to its hand. Like, you could return it to the owner's hand. This card saw play. This card saw a little bit of play in a Pro Tour play. Like, look. 2 different decks at the 95 Pro Tour played this card. But then they're like, hey, blinking is actually one thing. This is flickering. But wait a minute. Exile this creature, then return to play under its owner's control. So it goes away and then comes back immediately. Which is what Momentary Blink does. So when people... Okay, let's get to the bottom of this. In Urza's Destiny, they printed a card called Flicker. Flicker got rid of a card, and then immediately it came back to play. Right? Then we have Momentary Blink. What do you mean he's complaining about jargon again? This shit's important. Or at the very least, mildly interesting. Hold on. Let me get every card that mentions Blink. Okay, this doesn't count because this is UB. These don't count because they're from a different game. It's only this. I figured it out. Blinking doesn't exist. It doesn't exist. You don't blink something, you flicker something. There's no difference. Get this shit out of here. This is one card. This one card did see a lot of play. It is a fan favorite. But the game recognizes that this is a flicker. This is a ghostly flicker. Flickering spirit that flickers does this flicker. Why? And Flicker does this. Now Flicker Form and Flicker Wisp, they do it a little differently. But they're still exiling something and returning it. So I would like to suggest... Also, this weird fake card, exile something then returns it. I would like to suggest that flickering is the correct and only term to use and is used when a card is exiled and then returned to play, all within the same effect within a set amount of time. This can be instantly, or this could be end step. And I'm being very specific because some dickhead's going to be like, oh, so Banishing Light's a flicker? No. It's not Blink. There is only one card that blinks, and that's Momentary Blink. And it feels almost like this is designers trying to tell us in the same fucking set, too. Is it flicker or blink? I don't know. They called it flickering and they called it blinking. And then moving forward, they only ever called it flickering. Achieve universal adaptation. As a content creator, it starts with me. This is why they call us influencers, regrettably. I'm just going to start calling it Flicker. And you should too. Also, a majority of you weren't playing when Momentary Blink came out. Like, come on. You don't need to lock into this. 2006? Some of you weren't even alive, which is terrifying. Actually, I don't want to think about that anymore. Yeah, Blink is the flicker effect. But flicker is not a blink, because blinks don't exist. Good night. Hello, Heliod's Punishment. This is me. This is me holding up this boulder. The boulder is Twitch chat. Not me as a 2-year-old in 2006. Gonna call it Flink? Yup. Yup. I like this card. It's pretty cool. It is very funny that they're like, hey, you can't have pacifism anymore. I mean, it loses all abilities, so that's better than pacifism. And like removing the tokens takes quite a bit of time. But it is just very funny. Geef players bearing the weight of the entire FGC. This is Geef players, and then the boulder is the implication that you need good execution to play. Or no, the boulder is the implication that you don't need good execution to play fighting games. Where it's like, well, that's a lie for 99% of the time, but, you know, you just need to get it right. Just get it right, dog. Just do what I do. It's actually, you'll appreciate this, man, with a mask. When I played in the when I played with some of the local people on the Victoria Discord server for Street Fighter, when I was asking for Geef tips from this Ultimate Master Geef, I was like, thanks. You know, I feel like I got to master with Geef because I would get it right every time. And then they go, yup. And just like 3 other Geefs all chimed in. They're like, that's what's up. That's how you did it, brother. And it was, they're not in like, yeah, that's how you got there. They're all like, yeah, man, that's how you do it. You just get it right. It was just like, bonding, you know, a moment of bonding with my Geef brethren. They ain't guesses if you always get them right. Yeah, Geef players sit down for a multiple choice test and then raise their hand and go, I don't understand. The teacher walks over and says, well, there are 4 options and you have to pick whichever one you think is the right one. And the Geef player looks at them confused and goes, but the right one is the one that I pick. I don't pick the right one. The one I pick is always right. I say as I try to lariat, assuming they're going to jump. Fuck no. Small voice in the back of my head. You know, it's safer to go for a normal grab. Shut up! Shut up! Check the CXSPD. And it works, and then I'm right. The end. Thraxamundar. You know, it's safer if you actually want to go for a normal grab, so if it whiffs, the punish isn't that bad. Do you know how much damage that does? The lariat? Lariat is the worst move in the game, but honestly, Lariat is the best move in the game. I have 2 Geefs on my shoulders. One of them says, get ready, and the other one says, I'll take on all of you. Oh, you have an interesting name. Australians be like, Is it Narjan? Marjan! A Homelands, baby. 7 mana, 8/8. This creature doesn't untap during your untap step. Pay 2 blue, sack a creature, untap this creature. Activate only during your upkeep. This creature can't attack unless defending player controls an island. And then you pay blue. This creature gets -1/-0 until end of turn and deal 1 damage target attacking creature without flying. You control islands. Wait a minute. Is this card actually cool? We've done it. We found another cool card from Homelands. This card's actually cool. Now, granted, you know, they just block with a small creature and it doesn't trample over. But, like, it's a big fish that you get 1 attack with, right? It doesn't come into play tapped. You get a big fish that can ping people attacking you so you don't die to flyers. And it just, Island Home sucks. But, you know, what are you going to do? It was 1995. Yeah, this card's cooler than... I thought it was just a big idiot. Daniel Gellin with the wild artwork, too. One of the underrated early Magic artists. His name, he doesn't get enough shine. Now, I'm saying this without having Googled Daniel Gellin controversy, so please don't get at me. It's Min posted an absolute brick, and I don't know if you intended to resub or if this was just you doing it. Either way, it's great. Hey, Benjamin. I think it's really awesome how much you care about the art and aesthetics in Magic the Gathering. The way you notice the details shows a real appreciation for beauty and creativity. The eye for aesthetics doesn't just shape how you play, it shapes the kind of community you build. People are drawn to the care and thought you put into everything. It gives your space a unique warmth and character that really stands out. I'm so proud of you for building a community that reflects you so genuinely. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Min, the best to ever do it. Me making my Smash Bros. Smash Bros. Ultimate tier list. That's the name of a character, right? Ooh. I think I remember this card's name. I don't think folks are ready for just how not great, but also I think this card was reasonable in draft. I didn't draft a ton of RGD at the time. I drafted a lot of it in like 2012 or whatever. Because when Return to Ravnica was coming out, they did flashback drafts for RGD. You don't know if you laugh because it's funny or you're getting embarrassed. I was laughing because it was genuinely funny. Min has some of the bang. Well, it's a combination. I'm not getting embarrassed, but it's like, that is kind. I know you're making a bit, but it is also like, yeah, you know what? We got a good group of people around here. I think this is Tattered Drake. Whoo! 5 mana, 2/2 flying. Pay a black to regenerate. 5 mana, 2/2 fly. Wow, that's a lot of mana, huh? Silence. Okay. Take a guess. Oh wait, no, hold on. This doesn't work. Also, this. Okay, that's. All right, I feel a bit better. I need to change what I have set up then. Because Silence. Apparently, the foil version of Silence is pricey. But Moxfield says it's like $100. And I'm curious as to what cardkingdom.com says. $31. That's not nothing. but it's not $100. Moxfield. Where does Moxfield get its prices from? I thought they got them from Card Kingdom. What about in German? I don't have a German silence. I need a German silence. 100 CAD? Our dollar's not that bad. Our dollar is not that bad. It's bad, but also I get paid in USD, so, you know, I'm good. 25 euro. Moon Village. Berlin. You're based out of Berlin? How do I not know? What? Moon Village. I was in Berlin looking for magic stops. Magic stops, magic shops. Moon Village Games? Wait, did I go to this place? We went to this place. I think. Nope, not this place. Are you fucking kidding me? When did this place open? Angel, I just found out that there's a shop in Berlin that has cool and good German foils that we somehow missed when we were there. She said we got to go back. Guess we got to go back. Zapdos EX Collectin. Damn. Maybe I should hit them up. You got some info for me? This language isn't real, dog. This language isn't real. About us. Right, I'm putting that over there. Still a time for a red eye. Can I explain the German foil thing? Sure. Hey, it's the Vivian. Yeah, can I get the really anime what was her name again? Vivian of the Arc Bow? Vivian Champ Champ of the Wilds. Arc Bow was the 4-mana one. Yeah, let me get a Vivian read with the most snatched waist, big titty, and also in a pose that would like cause spasms in her muscles, because that's not how you're supposed to really bend, plus a bunch of belts. Thank you. Micromancer. What a cool card. I'm glad this card's in Foundations. This is a really, really cool card. Ideas don't have to be big to be great. Well, this is Angel's Mercy. 4 mana, instant gain 7. We used to be a country. How come we don't have dog shit spells that just gain life anymore? That's not where I wanted to go. What do you think the most recent spell is that just gains life? Like I just want it to gain life. Feed the Clan? Whether, I don't know if I want to count Weather the Storm, but I might. Feed the Clan is from like a decade ago. This is like both surprising, but not that much of a shock. They don't really print these anymore. And we didn't have one in Foundations, right? How much life do you think you would have to gain for you to play a 2-mana card? And that's all it does. Like, this doesn't even count because this gives you hexproof. 2-mana gain 10? 2-mana gain 0 does nothing. Cram session, that's 4. Wow, we are going back. Light of Hope doesn't count because it's modal. Yeah, but Revitalized, well, there's a 1-mana card that gains 5. And that's all it does. Weather the Storm is the most recent from 2019, but also I don't really want to count it because it's a storm spell, right? Like, that just feels too good. I mean, I guess I would count it with an asterisk. I get it. Even this does too much. I just want gain life. I played Ritual Rejuvenation in a constructed Magic deck for money. I can't believe it. I will include Sanguine Sacrament. I think this is a fine inclusion, right? Even if you want to exclude this, I guess life goes on. You gain 4, but if something died, you gain 8. Yeah, this is about I'd put it in this range. 2017. Holy smokes. It's quite a few years, folks. Quite a few years. Oh, Providence. Providence, Rhode Island. Leyline of Abundance. Isn't it funny that this card is still banned? Actually, that makes a little more sense than some of the other ones. Ley lines are interesting. All your creatures add additional mana. Is it weird that this card is what's Leyline of the Guild Pact? Is that the other one? Does the mana sync on this? How relevant was that realistically for Devotion? Yeah, Pioneer itself is just banned. Like, mono green isn't that big of a deal in Pioneer anymore, right? It's Rakdos. Like, Rakdos is the big. Rakdos, Is It Phoenix, Greasefang, Blue White Control. I think those are the bigger ones. Like, people play other decks too, like Mono White Humans, Enigmatic Incarnation, Red, RDW, and the Pump Spell deck. Just extra Nykthos Powerhouse mana. I mean, I guess the creatures you tap for, like the, Elvish Mystics and whatnot, at least add more green. I don't know, it just feels weird that this card's banned and, like, doesn't this just feel better? I don't know. I'm saying this from a position of relative ignorance. And so take that with a grain of salt. Minus legal Pioneer. I know there's Kethis. Oh. Legal. Wait, no, that's banned Pioneer. Amalia. I guess that makes sense. EI is banned? When did that happen? I do not remember this card getting banned in Pioneer. Yeah, Pioneer has no fetches. Banned list. Do they have a ban list timeline? Yes, they do. June 2022. Winota. Huh. I mean, don't get me wrong. EI is really good. You can tell it's good because I don't say the name. I just say the acronym. And it's banned in Legacy. That's, I mean, should this card be banned in Legacy? Well, you're not going to ban Brainstorm, so you might as well ban this instead. Okay, Amalia, Balustrade Spy, and I assume Informer are banned. Yeah, that makes sense. Oh, excuse me. Feldar Guardian, that I guess makes sense. Feel the Dead makes sense. Appraiser, sure. Inverter. I thought people liked Inverter. Was it that? Was this card really that oppressive? I was always under the impression that this is like a card that died for the sins of Dig Through Time. Feels like there are a couple of cards on this list that have maybe died for the sins of Dig Through Time, huh? And like Treasure Cruise. Ballista's kind of funny, but I guess they don't want you to Heliod combo. Like this started out as a format where they're like, we don't want you to combo, which I guess that's somewhat admirable to have, but feels a little short-sighted and unrealistic. Karn, oh yeah, Karn got banned. Karn got banned for the Monogreen Devotion. Very weird. Oh well. I mean, they have more information than I have. Also, sure, why not? They know what they're doing. That vampire deck at the PT was dope. That was a cool breakout, like, hey, actually, we figured it out. You just put this Vein Ripper into play. That was cool. Binding the Old Gods or the Titans? Binding of the Titans. Yeah. Yep. Looks good. Fucking dad ass card. My dad looking at the lawn after he just did a little cleanup. Yeah, what is this one? I think is this Multani's Decree? I think this is Multani's Decree. Yeah, it is. Woo! Onyx Leaf. No, I read the word leaf. Onyx Goblet. A staple in Copper Tablet.deck. This is the exile something from your graveyard to do something. Gruesome Visit or something? Night Terrors. They reveal their hand, you pick an online card from an exile. Oh, this is just Castigate. It's expensive Castigate. This isn't that bad. There's a worse card. I think I know which one you're talking about, Man with a Mask. If you're conflating two cards. I don't know. This one's fine, right? Like, it's not good, but like, think about it. The last one of the more iconic times that you printed this card, you printed it with and it cost 2, but it costs an additional color. And you're like, okay, how do we print another version of this? Well, we can't make it 2 because that's too good. Black for this is like fine, but maybe too good at this era or too pushed in that direction. 3 makes sense. This guy's cheeked up. Well, not really. He's kind of got Hank Hill. This guy is built like Bill Dauterive. Like, small ass that is like clenched in, big old gut, and then like very strong arms. This is some Bill Dozer-esque art. Paulo Parente art. Hell yeah. This is like 1 mana +0/+4 cycles for 2. Cycling white card. Oh, it's 2 mana, my bad. Oh, this is the fog. Never mind. Oh, I'm thinking of the armor card. Banger. Just the Wind. Absolute banger. God, I love Christopher Mueller's art. Ooh, it looks... Ooh, look at that. Did you have to go that hard on a bird fisherman? No, not really. You really didn't have to. But look at this. Oh, the assembled alphas? Me and the boys? Oh, the blood ogre? Bloger? This is, I love this card, because I feel like this card has popped up in so many searches for accidentally. I remember looking up dogs and this card came up because it's BLOODOGRE. Hi. Hi. Sorry, not to post something disgusting while we're listening to an absolutely gorgeous album, by the way. I love this album. It's been a hot minute since I listened to it. Let me find a thing. Let me find a thing. This is from the pumpkin carving stream last night. We did a pumpkin carving stream on Tinker Tailor Solder Fry. It was myself, Angel, and Corey. This is right at the end of the stream. I had 0 food in my stomach and some pumpkin beers. Enjoy. You can see, because Angel thought this was, I hate burping on the mic. I hate it. I think it's gross. Whenever I do it accidentally, I feel legitimately embarrassed. You can see the moment that I realize I am going to get a good laugh out of this burp. Right here. My eyes shift. And then I realize I'm going to do this. Angel has no idea what's about to happen. Corey can kind of see that something's going to happen. She knows I'm cooking up something. And then disaster strikes. Okay. Anyways, back to Magic the Gathering. Hey, how about that Christopher Mueller, huh? What the fuck is this? Kamado Scout? Oh, it's the Dreamcast card, right? 3 mana, 2/3. As it comes into play, you pick a basic land type at random and it has Landwalk of the chosen type. I wonder if I could find a higher resolution art of this. Let's go to MTG artwork. No. Maybe I'll make some calls because I want to see that artwork. Kind of want to look at the Sega Dreamcast cards. Okay, so actually, this is kind of a fun segue. These are cards released for, I forget which game it was. Sega, something on the Dreamcast, obviously. And 2 of these cards have now received paper printing. Japanese only Magic game. Yeah, I forget what it was called. This one, Arden Angel, was a part of a Secret Lair with art by Greg Staples. This is a Magic card that I've considered playing in Dredge in Canadian Highlander. 6 mana, 4/4 flyer, but at the beginning of your upkeep, if it's in your graveyard, you roll a 4-sided die. And if the result is 1, you return it from your graveyard to play. That's pretty good. Honestly. A one like upkeep. Think of how often Dredge will just be annoying until it needs to kill you, right? You get a lot of chances. 25%er each turn to get a free 4/4 flyer. It's not bad. Oh, I clicked the wrong button. Set. And then Velican Dragon from Misty Boosty 2. It was a bonus card. 7 mana for a 5/5 flyer. Whenever this creature attacks or blocks, you roll a 6-sided die. This creature gets +X/+0 until end of turn, where X is the result -1. Don't know why that's on there. This card stinks. You don't need it. But both these cards are now vintage legal. Let's talk about the cards that are from this product that are not currently vintage legal. Ashuza's Breath. 1 in a red. For each creature, choose a number from 0 to 2 at random. Ashuza's Breath deals that much damage to that creature. What the fuck? Yeah, why Pyroclasm when you can occasionally Pyroclasm? I don't know. We talked about this Merfolk. 3 mana, 2/3. As it enters, you pick a basic land type at random. It has Landwalk of the chosen type. Very funny because this is from an era in which they were like starting to phase out some Merfolk. Well, this is the last hurrah of Merfolk. Because for some reason, Magic the Gathering's like, no, we can't print Merfolk. It doesn't make sense. Merfolk with legs? That doesn't make sense. People are going to riot. We can't do it. So let's abandon this beloved creature type that has been in the game since Alpha. Because it doesn't make sense. Oh, how do you have Merfolk with legs? I don't fucking know. You do. You're a fantasy game. But also, it's just like, how does this Merfolk have Mountain Walk? Like, it doesn't exactly line up with, you know, the sentiment of like, I mean, look, I'm being a little harsh on this, but it's more just an issue that I'm taking with, you know, them scrapping Merfolk for a decade. Apato's Might. 2 in a black instant. Target creature gets +X/+0 until end of turn, where X is a number from 0 to 6 chosen. How? Okay. How? What benefit does this have to give before you're happy? Chat, what do you have to give? What do you have to actually fuck what you got to give, what you got to get? You know what I'm saying? +2? Thank you, but I don't think my joke was that good. +3 or better. -2. Unfortunately, this only gives plus. Talking now. I'll talk. Let's talk 2000. Back in the year 2000. +2. 3 mana instant +2. You got. Come on. At least +3. It's got to be +3. Black would give +3 all the time. So 3, 4, 5, 6, and I guess I'm kind of happy. Now, no. If I played this card now, I better be getting +5. Yeah, we're talking, this is still 3 mana. How much would this have to give at, okay, how about instead, how much at minimum would it have to give? Would you be willing to risk +2? Because right now, like, you have 7 options, and a large amount of those options suck. What am I willing to bet on a coin flip? Me? I would put $500 on a coin flip right now. But I'm different. I'm different. And by that, I mean, I lack the proper chemical in my brain for risk evaluation and assessment. Minimum, I'm not flipping a coin for anything less than $5. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, this card sucks. This card's dog water. A Kev Walker. Ooh. Lidari Druid. 2 and a green for a druid. It's a 2/2. When Lidari Druid enters, for each land on the battlefield, choose a basic land type at random. Those lands become the land types chosen this way. So every single land gets randomized into a basic land type. Permanently. That's so fucking funny. This card could hit the table and just turn all your lands into nothing. Just nothing. You can't play the game anymore. Stupid Magic card. I like this elephant. Heather Hudson's elephant. Lidari Elephant. 4 and a green for an elephant. As Lidari Elephant enters, choose 2 numbers from 3 to 7 at random. Lidari Elephant's power is equal to the first number chosen. Its toughness is equal to the second number chosen. I mean, that's kind of cool. You can get a 5 mana 7/7. You can get a 5 mana 3/3. I mean, not good for green, but that's a snid. Yeah, you know what? I fuck with this card. Alder. All right, let's see what we're getting. A 7/3. 5 mana 7/3? Yeah, I'll take a 2020 power level Magic card in the year 2000. That is, I just rolled 20 years of Magic development. That's pretty good. Let's do it again. 7/5. 5 mana 7/5? Holy shit. Who wants to coin flip? Bring out the coins. Bring out the coins. Bring out the bring out the quarters. Bring out the quarters. Murgish Cemetery. 4 black for an enchantment. Pay 3 and a black. Discard a card. Create an XX black zombie token, where X is a number. All right. We paid 4 mana. We've discarded a card. Break out the random number generator again. What are we getting? A 4/5 instant speed 4 mana? That's pretty good. What if I did it again? A 6/3 For 4 mana? I mean, this does cost 6 mana to play. Zombie Infestation does cost 2 mana. I do like the idea of paying 6 mana to get this card, paying 4 mana and discarding another card, and then we get a 2/2. That's pretty good. What do you think, folks? Changing land types or bouncing creatures? Tapping creatures. Saji's Torrent. 1 in a blue instant tap. X creatures where X is a number from 0 to 5 at random. I don't even know if that... I don't think that's how that works. All right. What do we have here? Tornellin Protector. 2 and a white for a cleric. It's a 1/2. Tap until end of turn. Each time damage is dealt to target creature or player, prevent X of that damage, where X is a number from 1 to 3 chosen at random each time. Wait, this card's broken. Wait a minute. This card's fucking broken. Oh yeah, what's going on in the artwork? Hold on, I gotta get the rest of this food. What is going on here? The cleric is me and the furry is my community. This card's really good. You just target yourself, right? Imagine playing against, like, your deck with, like, Savannah Lions and, like, Stormfront Pegasus and shit. Windrakes, you know, limited cards. And your opponent plays this. They attack you. Or you attack them and they tap it. And just, they're like, oh, I take nothing. Cool. Ooh. Sage of Hours, baby. What do you call a fish with no eyes, Bob? What? I don't get it. Thank you, HD, for the 69 month. Is it because they're dead? I call it Talapa. I do want to talk about Sage of Hours. Sage of Hours to me is very funny. Oh, is tilapia spelled with a U? It's Tulapia? No, it's Tilapia. So my joke works. All right. Let me tell you why this card sucks. And I don't mean like on power level, but it does suck there. Well, in Commander, this card kills you. Right? Like, you play this in a Commander deck that can put 1/1 counters on creatures, or has a bunch themselves, and you're just taking infinite turns. But, like, this is a card where the end result is not cool. And often it's not even that good. Because you need to, like, if you're a deck with Heroic, you know, you're playing some creatures and you're playing a lot of ways to target those creatures, right? You often need more ways of targeting these creatures than the actual creatures themselves. Unless, like, this is different from, what's the one from Bloomburrow called? Valiant or something? Valiant can trigger off abilities, which makes it a little easier to get going, right? This is just spells. So you need to cast spells. Valorant. I thought we already... Oh no, we talked about Overwatch. It's the same thing, right? Or is... No, Valorant's the one with the like E couples. Like, you need to include cards to target this. So you play a bunch of spells to target your Sage of Hours. And what's your payoff? You remove all of them to take an additional turn. But then you don't have a cool Sage of Hours. So you're like... You're kind of incentivized to either go as fast as possible with this card. Just like get it up to 8. Or get it up to like 8 or 10 or however many counters. Hit them for a truckload. And then remove them all to take an extra turn. And then try to do it again. Which often fails. Just requires so many cards to get there. Or if you are built around taking advantage of this with like all these counter commanders, your payoff is that nobody gets to play the game anymore. Like, this is a card for an era of Magic that, I mean, it's an older card, but even this era of Magic just felt like we had gone past this. Right? This is definitely for like kitchen table Magic. This is for I've got this sick brew for F&M. Maybe that was definitely still present in this era, but like, I don't know. It's just very weird. Like, the most exciting thing about this card to me is that it's a blue creature with Heroic that gets counters put on it. That's the coolest thing. But mind you, I hate not draw sevens. Time walks. Sorry. I was like, I hate, and then my brain said, what's that thing that Commander players hate? I hate extra turns. In Commander, I think it's shitty. Yes, exactly. Low power, but if it works, it makes everybody hate you, or it doesn't do the cool thing, which is hit them for a large amount of damage. If you have an Aerobroid with 5 power, you get infinite turns. Yeah, that's the other thing. It's like, no, you don't get it. It's so cool. I take infinite turns. Isn't it cool that I take infinite turns using Sage of Hours? And it's like, no, because you're taking infinite turns using a card that says, hey, if you do the thing, you take infinite turns. That's why infinite turns is not cool. Killing somebody with a very elaborate, like Rube Goldberg kind of like setup is cool. Because you're often using pieces that weren't designed to synergize with each other to create a machine where piece A talks to piece B, which talks to piece C, which talks to piece D, which then talks to piece A, but in a way that makes A talk to B again. And then you kind of loop around. And that's cool. Because you get you get this like greatest hits collection. You use a bunch of little pieces. This just said like taking extra turns as your payoff is like, you'll never believe what I did. So I combined this card that says you take extra turns when you remove counters with a card that put counters on it. And you're like, okay. So you just did the thing. It's just a very odd Magic card. Maybe I don't understand Big Gulp Commander anymore. I'm okay with that. It just feels so unappealing. If you take infinite turns with the mirror. Yeah, well, the mirror has this level of cost associated with it. I know that creatures are vulnerable, but also they're much easier to protect. The mirror I love because the mirror is just like, and I don't play Panoptic Mirror to take extra turns. Outside of occasionally, I used to try that in Canlander. But even then, it was like, okay, I'm going to my upkeep, and they're like, like I'm tapping my mirror. Like, okay, I'm exiling temporal manipulation. Taking infinite turns ends the game as any other combo. Yeah, of course it does. Tell that to people. Tell that to Magic players. Look at any VOD of North 100 Showdown, a Canadian Highlander Throwdown, where we have two people playing Magic the Gathering to kill the other person that has a, like, I understand the loading ready run Magic playing audience isn't the most competitive. And like, Canlander does cater to a more competitive audience, but still not as competitive as, maybe watching like a pro testing for like the modern PT or whatever. But look at the comments on like Showdown under any matchup where somebody has infinite turns. And you see comment after comment of like, okay, but how did they win? What do you mean? What do you mean, how do they win? You don't get to play the game anymore. It's like, well, how'd you win? It's like, I have cards in my deck. I have a Snapcaster Mage in play. Like, I'm going to alt Jace Vridden's Prodigy and mill you out. My deck just so happens to play Lightning Bolt and Chain Lightning and Eternal Witness and, other cards that I could just burn you out. You're dead. It's over. People don't understand that. Anyways, this is Terrifying Presence. Very weird card. I can't think of Are there any spiders in Avacyn Restored? There isn't, right? It's just there are two cards that mention spiders. Oh, there's one, right? There's a reprint, motherfucker said. There is a reprint of Gloom Widow in AVR. I forgot about this. I thought it was only in SOI. There's a reprint of Gloom Widow. Here's a fun fact. In AVR, there are more cards that reference spiders than spiders themselves. There you go. You could take that. Because this is very clear, like the Terrifying Presence is the spider. And then there's also a card called Eaten by Spiders. but there's only one spider, and that spider's a reprint. I think that's kind of funny. Angel and I were talking about the fear of spiders. I don't actually get it. I think it's maybe autism. Maybe it's just like I don't really understand fears or phobias relating to animals. I can understand a fear of like I have a fear of heights, or I have a fear of I don't know, like getting like mugged or whatever. Like there is it's either something you cannot control, or it's like comes from the volatility of your fellow man or whatever. And then like when it comes like a spider, like how is a spider scary? They kind of, no, I know that irrationality makes it a phobia. Engage with me on this as though you're going to give me even the slightest amount of intellectual credibility. That's all I'm asking. I understand that they are irrational, but we are creatures that can rationalize the irrational. We have the brains to process that. Right? There are whole fields of psychology based around that. This does not imply a human can somehow control hippopotamus. Watch me. People who gag to the word moist, I think that's performative. But what are you going to do? Fine on a plane, uneasy on an escalator. Oh, yeah. I don't know. When we were talking about it, and Angel was like, spiders are very alien. And I was like, I don't get that. They're very worldly. They're animals. They're little babies. Spidery Grasp got onto game nights before me. This is fucked up. They move fast, and that can creep me out despite loving them. Don't get it. Don't get it. They were dangerous to our ape ancestors. Yeah. Millions of years ago. You'll never believe what our ape ancestors used to do. Like we are very far removed from that. Maybe, you know, evolutionarily not as far removed as other things, but like, again, we can put a man on the moon and we can't work out that we're pretty safe now, that there's not really a threat, or that the threat is very specific from one spider to another. The emotional fear part of our brain did not evolve that much since. Got a bunch of things on top of that. Yeah. But again, we can rationalize. This is what I'm getting at. I don't know. Maybe I am assuming that your average human can understand what is actually a threat to them. even if there is some kind of sinking feeling in the back, right? Like being scared of the dark or whatever. I mean, sometimes you're scared of the dark because of the uncertainty that's in there. Bunch of things. Yeah, just I won't get scared. You wouldn't believe how easy and effective that is. That's literally that's like isn't that just a core tenet of cognitive behavioral therapy? Of mindfulness? Of calming oneself down by going like, "Hey, you're fine. You're cool." I'm locked in. I'm not owned. Yeah, exactly. I'm not owned. I'm not owned. You need proof I'm fine? Just trust in yourself more. Looks like you need some trust. That's right, Mulder. Horses' stomachs shrink when they turn on an incline, but that's not rational. Wait, isn't it? Would it not be? Is there, like, was there a reason why? I mean, maybe... Even domesticated horses? Horse's stomach turn. Horse's stomach incline? I'm not reading all this. Anyways. This is Rowdy Crew. I thought about playing it in Highlander when it came out. 4 mana, 3/3 trample. When this card enters, you draw 3, discard 2 at random. If 2 of the cards share a card type, you put 2 counters on this way. 4 mana, 5/5 trample that draws a card. Whew. Cool. Citation needed. From an evolutionary point of view, we need the get the fuck out of here, this can kill you part of your brain to work quickly and intensively. Some people can override it with rationalism faster, some can't. Well, that's on them. They got to hold that L. I have more sympathy towards people. If somebody's like, I have a fear, I mean, I'm biased for a couple of reasons, but if somebody's like, I have a fear of bears, yeah, I get that. Even if they're like, I have a fear of sharks, I can understand that. You know, I can understand that. You might not encounter them in your day to day. And so the idea of encountering one, and with a majority of them being, you know, having like effectively just being large weapons, understandable. Someone's like, I'm afraid of spiders. It's like, come on. Most of these spiders are just there to clean your house for you. You have a fear of blood? Dog, you've got so much of it in your body. Come on. Come on. It's right there. You're not afraid of bears, but I got so paranoid at the thought of getting bit by a bat, I went to the hospital. I'm going to invent a special type of ableism, but only for people with an anxiety. we are going to concoct a very specific type of ableism. Only for people with anxiety. And then we're going to talk about them behind their backs and they won't know. But to make sure they don't know, we're going to pay people to follow them and listen in on their conversations and bug their phones. There. Done and dusted. Rowdy crew. Whoo! All right, Plateau. This is Plateau. Who's the artist of this Plateau? Who's the artist of this Plateau? Hatsune Miku. All right, great. I don't know what this card is, but for some reason I'm looking at this and I really hate this is not a goblin's face. You drew a human and then you decided to turn it into a goblin. Like, this was not a goblin. This was a Greek man. And then you just gave him green skin. Some MKM card, KMK, some MKM card. So what did you know? It's cerebral confiscation. Last one standing. This card is so cool. Choose a creature at random, then destroy the rest. This is so fun. Needs to see more play. Unfortunately, people don't like the idea of not killing everything. This is a very funny card. Although the artwork has some big like metal fatigue vibes. Metal fatigue. Look at this artwork. It sucks. They just took the artwork of various artifact creatures from Mirrodin and like literally just hid them. Like it's literally the same artwork. Like look at this Clockwork Dragon. That's just Clockwork Dragon. They just put that guy there. Look at this Rust Elemental. Oh, I gotta go to the next page. It's just Rust Elemental. It's the same one. Rust Poor Ram. This one they at least did some changes to. Look at the Clockwork Beetle. That's just Clockwork Beetle. It's the same shit. Did tapping artifacts turn them off? That was old. This one's kind of funny because this guy just looks like he's hanging out. She doesn't even look like she's dead. Half these people just look like they are not only conscious, but like in reasonable condition. Yeah, metal fatigue sucks. Well, you could use this to tap down their lands and their artifacts. Pretending to lose for the goblin. What the hell is this? I don't know, but I wish it was Sphinx Bone Wand. Oh, you know, I thought it was Neglected Heirloom, but I didn't think that this is what it looked like. I should have gone with Neglected Heirloom. I didn't know what the back half of it was. But it had the same kind of setting. Elegy Acolyte. This card's kind of cool. I thought about playing it in Canlander. 4 mana, 4/4 lifelinker. Whenever one or more creatures you control deal combat damage to a player, you draw a card and lose a life. The beginning of your end step, if a non-land permanent left the battlefield this turn or a spell was warped this turn, you make a 2/2 robot. I think I would enjoy this card a bit more. I mean, all right, I'm going to say something that is such a Magic player like statement. But you got to bear with me on this one. I wish this drew a card when it ETB'd. That's right. I want to add more lines of text on a card that already has a ton of text on it. I want to make this card better. Well, I don't want to do it just to make it better. I want to do it because I think it changes how you play the card, and I think that's more interesting. I think that if this is a card, I mean, it does, the card already has these 2 modes, but without like when this card doesn't replace itself with an additional, with a card, it feels terrible. Even if you get a robot, I don't like that. I don't think that's interesting. I don't think it's even that powerful. But if it drew a card, like if this card was when it ETBs, or whenever one or more creatures you control deal damage to a player, you draw a card and lose a life, and then has the void, then it just makes for more spots where you get different outcomes based on how you cast it, when you cast it, or what else you've done in the turn. That's it. I just like more options. I like more options. It's very easy to say it's good, but I don't know. I want more options. Oh, spontaneous generation? Sapling something? Sapro. This is whenever you cast a kick spell, you draw a card. Spontaneous generation? Sapling infestation. Oh no, it's the kicker make a thing. Saplings are so funny in this, because like look at this. What are these? These are weird like bug worm kind of creatures. Weird bugs and worms. Weird bugs and worms. I don't even know what the fuck this is. That looks like a blastoderm. I guess they infected the card. Weird bugs and worms. But now it's just they're all attached to thalids. They're just kind of the generic green creature token being made. Damn, Elvish Farmer goes hard. How has Cosmogrand Zenith felt to me since release? I played it a couple of times. It's fine. Whoo-wee! People that get nostalgic over Innistrad but don't know who this guy is. This is Markov Warlord, baby. This card wins games. 6 mana, 4/4 ETB. Up to 2 creatures can't block this turn. Get the fuck out of here. Get out of here. What are you doing? You can't block. You're dead. This is a filter land from Homelands. Is this Aeson Abbey? Gold. Strength of the coalition. Wow. Ooh. Thunder clap. Wyvern. I played the fuck out of this card in limited. Hit him with that thunder clap. 4 mana, 2/3, flash flying Drake. Other creatures you control flying get +1/+1. Ah. Ooh, I played so much of this. Man, I miss playing limited. It of the Horrid Swarm. This, I played a shitload of this card. Played a shitload of this card in limited too. 8 mana, 4/4, Eldrazi Insect has emerged for 6 and a green. Oh yeah. Sack that Enlightened Mystic. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, bud. Emerge was cool. I like Emerge. Ripjaw Predator. Rip Scale Predator. 6 mana for a 6/6 menace. Immolating Glare. S Chaos Agent back for the 32nd month. Welcome back. How you doing? How you been? Thank you so much for all the support. Was this actually a promo? Oh my god. Studies show that in 2016, people weren't depressed due to the first Trump presidency, but rather they were depressed due to going to Oath of the Gatewatch game day. Yikes. This card fucking reeks, dog. As a promo, you pulled the trigger on the anime girl Starfield vocalist. Weeb Bruce Springsteen be like, wait, which one? This one or this one? This one or this one? Oh, the $46 one. Not the $200 one. I am Argentinian. Sorry. That's a very funny way of being like, no, I didn't buy the $200 one. Yeah, that's understandable. Me, when I ask for a copy of Starfield Vocalist and this is the one that I'm given. No, it's great. I just didn't expect it to be Chinese. Daedalus United back for the 2nd month. Welcome back. How you doing? How you been? Thank you so much for all the support. I'm going to use this as an opportunity to double check which version of this card Angel needs. Because Christmas is coming up. 289. 289. Oh, that's Halia. Never mind. Hold on. 359. Oh, thank God. Foil Japanese Showcase? Right, it's this one. Not this one. Fracture foil. You don't want the fractured foil, right? All right. Thank God. Whew. Yo, spawning pool? Underrated creature land. I mean, it's tough when your like competition involves Treetop Village and Fairy Conclave. Also, Get to Encampment. Underrated Magic card. People sleep on the Get to Encampment. For real, for real. And then they're like, at least it's not Forbidding Watchtower. And everybody laughs. And then Spawning Pool's like, I'm here too. And people are like, yeah, I mean, I guess you're okay. Yeah, you're fine. This thing blocks for days, dog. That's annoying as hell. And it regenerates itself. 3 mana to brick your blocker. 2 mana to activate. They go to kill it. Ooh, I'm going to regenerate it. Somebody goes to Wasteland this. Tap 3 to protect it. Ripple Foil Uro? Titan of Nature's Wrath? What Ripple Foil? Oh, is there like a MH... This one? Ripple Foil. This is Endless Sands. Card's pretty good. Look at this and tell me this isn't the coolest shit you've seen on a card. I don't even understand it. Why is this fucking cleric vroom zooming across the plains, dog? I think I did this the last time we had a full stream of just Scryfall Art Game, but the Daru looks so, and they're so fucking weird. They're so weird. Yeah, it's a human. They're so weird. Like, look at this fucking art. My friend, wait, no, hold on. How do I want to make this joke? I don't know. Something, My Hero Academia when it jumped the shark. They can't all be winners. They can't all be winners. Yeah. Long day. Wait, which one do I want? There it is. Yeah, the clerics are wild. Jingataxis. Deku's a Ryu player. Deku picks Ryu and then is like, hey! You can do anything if you put your mind to it. After I get off my 8-hour shift at McDonald's, I spent all my time playing ranked Street Fighter 6. And look at me. I'm Plat 3. This is Jingataxius with a J, not a G. No, not this fucking guy. Ugin, 1100 MR. Legally, they have to say I'm master rank. Ooh. Headless Scob. This card's cool. I like the gotta exile another creature card from your graveyard to cast. Actually, out of curiosity, how much of this shows up in Innistrad Midnight Hunt? And Innistrad... I like that I just passed that Ugin. Fuck that Ugin. I don't want to talk about that card. I don't want to look at that card. We have one. We have Cobbled Lancer. Exploit. Excuse me. I'm a little burpy today, folks. It's probably from the Diet Coca-Cola that I'm drinking. Is it literally just Cobbled Lancer? This is why these sets were not as beloved. You didn't do cool shit. I mean, they did some cool stuff. But how cool is this? I am an Innistrad hater. I think I dislike Innistrad more than most people. I I don't really have nostalgia glasses on for Innistrad, which I think a lot of people do. One thing I think that Innistrad does really well are these blue creatures. Something that a lot of sets prior and afterwards struggled to do is that they changed what blue could do with creatures to make it feel thematic while also being appropriate. Like, look at blue creatures in ISD block, right? They're so cool. I'm going to cut AF minus set AVR. AVR cards are very cool too, but AVR does feel a little different. But like, look at these fuckers, man. A horn turtle that self-mills. Pretty cool. Got a big old flyer. This bad boy's a looter, but it's also a 5/1. You have a mana dork. Overstatted beefy boy that has an additional cost. Overstatted beefy boy that has an additional cost. Birds, big birds, other big birds. You're still playing the hits, right? You still got the Glendalenger Sentinels. You still got your what's it called? Not Windrake, obviously. Windrake's 3 mana 2/2. Snapping Drakes. You got your Snapping Drakes. But then you also got the, like, yeah, something dies, you mill. Undercost beater that comes back. The biggest creature you've ever seen. Cool flyer. Annoying recursive flyer. Sack outlet that turns creatures, like, that creates homunculus and then sacks a creature. I just read the card there. Like, I don't know. I think Innistrad's blue creatures are fucking dope. And they kind of Flanders themselves in the new set. Do I like Eldritch Moon? I like SOI better than Eldritch Moon. But what I really like is Enclave Cryptologist. Look at this. 1 mana. This is the perfect Magic card. 1 mana 0/1. You level it up into a looter. And then you can level it up even further to just start drawing cards. I played the shit out of this card in Canlander in 2010. It wasn't very good, but I played it. Also, loved this card in Limited. I don't know if I want to listen to a ballet. Why are you... Why are you yelling at me, Alder? Leonard Bernstein, the guy from the guy from that REM song. Excommunicate. Put a creature on top of its owner's library. Alara has a lot of very cool cards in it that, because people think of the gold cards. But like, fuck. There we go. People think of the gold cards, but like the monocolored cards from Alara are so dope because they have to try to represent not just the shard that they're a part of, but sometimes they have to either be like shard agnostic or play in a way that is just, you know, attached to a shard, but general enough to just kind of see play or reprint opportunity, right? And I think excommunicate is like such a cool way to do that, right? Like this is a white removal spell, but it tucks them on top of their deck. So not only does this feel fitting for like Bant, right? Like it feels as though it is fitting for Bant of like, no, you're excommunicated. We're Bant. It's like Catholics, but less annoying. You also get this spell that like works very well against Grixis. Grixis being and Jund, for what it's worth. Like really well against Grixis and Jund. The two colors, or the two shards that aren't in white. Right? Grixis, because it's a removal spell, but it doesn't put it in the graveyard. Meaning that, you know, they don't get to unearth it or whatever. Jund, because it's a removal spell that on one hand doesn't put it in the graveyard because Jund uses the graveyard as well. But also Jund is the color of sacrificing little things to go tall. And so resetting that creature that has devoured all these little babies is going to play very similarly to like actual factual, just like, yeah, get rid of that card forever. So it's so cool, man. Like it's so cool what they do with the monocolored cards. Because it's just like, yeah, it not only is this card like it's white, which means it's very Bant or has to, you know, we'll see play in Bant, Esper, and Naya, but it is antithetical to the two shards that do not feature this color. And that's pretty fucking cool. If you ask me. That's pretty fucking cool. Damn, Steve Argyle. Slow down, bud. I like Steve Argyle quite a bit. I've heard nothing but nice things about Steve Argyle. But it is so funny that like when a lot of people think of Steve Argyle, they also think of naturally they think of stuff like Liliana the Veil, or they think of Booby and Women in Corsets, which is so funny to me. I understand why that is, and shit, I'm in that category too. But it is very funny to me because then you look at some of the other work that Steve Argyle has done where it isn't necessarily breasts abound, or in some cases not bound, if you know what I'm saying. And then you just get these incredible pieces of magic artwork where you're like, oh yeah, this guy's a really good artist. Like, look at this arrow volley trap, dog. This fucking rules. It's so, like, you got this pristine monument sitting atop a pedestal and then just corpses scattered, covered in arrows. Just toe to tip. Arrows abound. Hams abound, Mom. And then there's Optimus Prime. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, Slave of Bolus is so good. Look at that fabric, dog. Look at that fabric. The wings. Sunseed Nurture is why I started to, like, look at this. Fucking look at that artwork. Holy. Asharladon, welcome to the stream. Thank you for subscribing and supporting the channel. Glad to have you. Good to see you. How you doing? How you been? Finally able to catch a stream and not just the VOD. Welcome. I move in real time. Oh. Acolyte's Reward? Ooh. Hot dog. Love the 5 power mechanic too. Honestly, what if it were big is a great mechanic. Because it's easy to understand. It's exciting, even without the payoff, but the payoff really pushes it over the top, right? And it's like, yeah, what if your creature were big? It's like, oh, well, then you get to do something else too. You're like, really? But I already got a big creature. And they're like, yeah, it's okay. These creatures see how big this creature is, and they're like, damn, I am siding with them. I want to be on the winning team, so I'm siding with them. This is Vampire Sovereign. This card was fucking brutal and limited. Just this card won games. God forbid they had a second one or they had a reanimation. Was M19 was a reanimation spell in this set common? I think it was common. Gravedigger. Gravedigger's uncommon here. Oh, is this the one with the like, hey, if it dies, bring it back? Am I just making this up? Maybe I'm conflating the two core sets. No, because Rice in the Graves here at uncommon. Know what I think? Oh, this was released at common. Interesting. Yeah, this card killed people. I recall killing people with this card, and I definitely didn't play a ton of Double Masters 2022. I played more than your average person, which is to say, I think I did one draft. Really racist elf. This is like it's got pro goblins. Yeah, 2 mana 1/1 pro goblin. Warren Scourge elf. Holy crap, Lois! I did a genocide. Ooh, speaking of Alara, a Miles Anima. Aria, fuck right, she's singing to them. No, give it to me anyways. Ooh. This is one of these magic cards where, this is Tel'Gelad Justice, by the way. But this is one of these magic cards where when it came out and it saw a ton of play, and in my head, I'm like, they're going to be playing this for years. Years. And nobody plays it. It's just Shatter that scries too. It was good. It saw a ton of play when it came out. You'd play Oxidize plus this plus Viridian Shaman, and it still wasn't enough. Jay Vagabond, welcome back for the 75th month. What up? What up? This isn't where I parked my car. Did you park your car and have a yard? Somebody watching the stream. Whoa! Was that Matt Damon and/or Ben Affleck? They get it wrong and then they do the other Affleck brother thing. This is I think this is just Gomazoa. Is it Guard Gomazoa? Or is this Gomazoa? It's not Dormant Gomazoa. I think this is Guard Gomazoa. No, this is Gomazoa. It's just Gomazoa. The Gomazoas are so cool. There's like 3 of them. Yeah. Guard was ROE. Gomazoa. Put this creature and each creature it's blocking on top of their owner's libraries. Cool card. Cool card. This card's also kind of cool. I like jellyfish. I wish we had more cards that were just animals. Like, I mean, I get that these are weirdos, but it's not like, what if we strapped a gun to a jellyfish? It's like, what if a jellyfish, what if the like center of mass on a jellyfish was like a floating rock, you know, in this world of floating rocks? Yeah, there's Esperzoa. There are a couple of Zoas. I played a lot of Esperzoa back in the day. Yeah, it was pretty good when you would just return artifact lands, or you would just return Pentad prisms. How come you put the cards on top first and then shuffle them? I don't know. There are maybe because there are cards that say players can't shuffle libraries. Stranglehold. When did Stranglehold come out? Because this is Commander 2011. Oh, wait, that's search libraries. Fuck. Never mind. I don't know. I thought I was I thought I had the biggest brain. I thought my brain was huge. Yeah, we got an Avazoa, a Chronozoa, a Gomazoa, an Electrozoa. There's all types of Zoas. So why did they use Zoa for gold or for goldfish, for jellyfish? Like, I know Zoa being used for like Protozoa and like Amoebazoa. Is it just pulling from that? Because Zoa just means like it's Greek, right, for animals. It has something taxonomical. Somebody here must know. Somebody here must have went to school for this, or at the very least, they spent a copious amount of time on Wikipedia. Copious. Wait, isn't Metal Zoa a Yu-Gi-Oh card? Treasurer's box, prize box, Diviner's lockbox, Drudge Beetle. Oh, it's 5:30. This is Scarab Feast. I'm going to drop you kids off at Loading Ready Run. Yeah, I'll call it there. Thanks for watching, everybody. Thanks for tuning in. Yu-Gi-Oh! Zoa predates Magic Zoa? No. Weatherlight came out in 97. Thanks for watching. Thanks for tuning in. This is going up on YouTube. You can watch it there if you came in halfway. There's a free Discord you could join. And if you want to give me money, you can give me money here. I will be not doing a home stream on the weekend because Angel's visiting, and I am doing it's my birthday dinner on Sunday. So I got some birthday stuff we're doing on Sunday. And tomorrow, over at twitch.tv/LoadingReadyRun, we're going to be doing a hashtag sponsored preview for Riftbound. And I'm going to be on that. So you should tune into that. Does that sound good? Cool. I had fun yapping and just doing fucking whatever. I'll see you next time. See you on Monday. Okay, bye.